anthem today.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes.
Merci beaucoup.
Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 15 years, the Canadian Transplant Society has been at the forefront of organ donation advocacy in Canada, working to eliminate cornea blindness through increased awareness and education. Cornea blindness impacts adults and children of all ages. It does not discriminate. Currently, an estimated 15,000 Canadians will need cornea transplants in the near future, a number driven by our growing and aging population. The Canadian Transplant Society's goal is to reduce and eventually eliminate cornea blindness by encouraging more Canadians to register their eyes as part of their organ donation pledge. However, to reach their target, they need support and commitment to education and awareness. I introduced Bill C-284, establishing a national strategy for eye care to help stop blindness of Canadians. This bill will have a direct, positive impact on Canadians' vision health and support for organizations like the Canadian Transplant Society. Together, we can make a significant impact on reducing cornea blindness in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member from Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as we in Oshawa mourn the loss of a longtime friend and volunteer, Al Fillmore. When my daughter first met Al, she believed that he was actually Santa Claus. His white beard and huge smile were a dead giveaway. Whether it was his work at the Legion, the Moose Lodge, or his expertise in recycling medical devices, which he freely gave out to hundreds of patients to help them stay at home, Al's service was a light that was always present in Oshawa. He was the person that you could always count on to deliver. His gruff exterior and his strong opinions shielded his big heart and his desire to always lend a hand to those who needed it the most. On September 7th, I was honored to attend his memorial along with his daughter, granddaughter, his friends from the Red Rum First Nations Motorcycle Club, where he took his last ride. Thank you for sharing Al with us. Al, I know you're resting in the arms of your Creator, and Oshawa's Santa spirit will be remembered by the many lives you touched. God bless.
The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, on September 22nd, we honor the incredible life and legacy of World War II veteran Jim Parks on his 100th birthday. A true Canadian hero, Jim's contributions to our country and the world are immeasurable. As a young soldier, he bravely landed on Juno Beach during World War II and continued his service with unwavering dedication. His tireless efforts to educate others about Canada's role in the war through the Royal Canadian Legion's Memorial Project and his fundraising for Juno Beach highlight the impact of his career. Jim's resilience and commitment are sharing history that inspire us all. We celebrate not only his century of life, but also his lasting influence on future generations. I look forward to the Newmarket community coming together on October 16th to celebrate Mr. Parks. Congratulations, Jim, and thank you for your remarkable service to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to an extraordinary organization in Terrebonne celebrating its 20th anniversary, Café de Rue Solidaire. For the past 2 decades, it has been working to prevent social exclusion and support vulnerable young people aged 18 to 30 facing homelessness. Under the exemplary coordination of Cindy and Mariette, Café de Rue Solidaire has succeeded in helping hundreds of young people in Terrebonne who are the first to suffer from the housing crisis. Café de Rue Solidaire is also a self-help network offering psychosocial support, storage, food assistance, and much more. Last year alone, they provided prevention and support services to over 1,000 people. Today, as we celebrate this anniversary, we recognize their immense contribution to Terrebonne's community and reiterate our support for their important mission. Thank you, Café de Rue Solidaire, for your invaluable impact on the lives of our young residents of Terrebonne. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Speaker, behind every paycheck, there's thousands of Canadians working hard to ensure accuracy and timeliness. I rise today as a proud supporter of all payroll workers, many of whom are women dedicated to the vital role of payroll. From September 16th to 20th, the National Payroll Institute is celebrating National Payroll Week. And to mark the occasion, President and CEO Peter Tsanakis is here in Parliament today. Thank you to the hard-working Canadians handling payroll tasks, including the processing of withholding tax, essential to our taxation system, and the funding of public services.
The work of these payroll experts contributes to the strength of our economy and the financial well-being of workers from coast to coast and enables our government to provide the support Canadians need. Congratulations to everyone involved in this important work, and thank you.
The Honourable Member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, September marks the end of another stunning summer in Parry Sound, Muskoka. But what is often referred to as the playground of the rich and famous is not the reality for too many of my neighbours, Mr. Speaker. We have master carpenters who build beautiful waterfront cottages but can't afford a home in the town they grew up in. We have resort staff who welcome guests from year over year from all over the world, but they're worried about how they're going to heat their home this winter. We have cooks who prepare these incredible meals, but at the end of the month they have to visit a food bank to feed their own family. These are the folks who call Parry Sound, Muskoka home, not just July and August, but all year. These are the honest, hardworking people who sent me to this place. And this summer I heard loud and clear from them that they want change. They need change. They need a government that will let them keep more of their hard-earned paycheck. They want a government that won't punish them for heating their homes and driving to work. They want a government where common sense is just simply common. Mr. Speaker, they are ready today for a Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver, Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this parliamentary session begins, I rise to recognize the important work that firefighters did throughout this summer from coast to coast to coast. From protecting our communities to saving people's lives, firefighters are true heroes who put the country's interests ahead of their own. On behalf of the constituents of Vancouver Granville, I want to thank BC firefighters and Vancouver's fire rescue services for all they do. Their dedication and courage inspires us all. Mr. Speaker, firefighters are vital pillars of our community who safeguard us from the devastating impact of climate change. They are there to save lives in our homes or in public spaces. We know that we can count on their bravery and commitment to protecting Canadians. They show up for us at community barbecues, they are there in our homes, and they're always there to make sure that we're okay. That's why we've always been there for our firefighters and why that will never change. From important measures on cancer treatment to unprecedented funding for training and recruitment, we're just getting started. Thank you to those firefighters, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for Markham Unionville, a beautiful, diverse riding with people of East and Southeast Asian backgrounds, I rise today to extend my warmest wishes to all on the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, also known as the Moon Festival, that was celebrated yesterday. For a Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese community, this festival symbolizes family, gratitude, and hope. Across our country and the world, families will gather to share traditional mooncakes and light lantern for prosperity and good fortune. Every culture across the world has an itinerary of a harvest festival whether it be Thanksgiving, Vaisakhi, the Mid-Autumn Festival, or Chuseok, among many others. These festivals demonstrate our unity and shared human desire to celebrate abundance that the harvest brings. To everyone celebrating in Markham Unionville and beyond, I wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechaste, Les Eides-Chemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, what is the purpose of the Bloc Liberal Coalition? It's to keep the Liberals in power. Do people know that the Bloc has voted to save the Liberals nearly 200 times? Do they know that the Bloc voted for $500 billion in inflationary spending, which added 100,000 public servants, all with Quebecers' money? The Bloc must stop pretending to help Quebecers and support us in changing this government. The Bloc Liberal, well, because of them, for the past 9 years, we've had record spending, no balanced budgets, a debt that's doubled, and public services in disarray. The Bloc votes to waste Quebecers' money. The Bloc voted for the largest expansion of the federal government ever in this country. How did the Prime Minister convince the Bloc to support his most expensive, disastrous, and centralizing government in Canadian history? There's an alliance between these two that remains suspect. So the real question is, who does the Bloc serve, Mr. Speaker? The Liberals.
The Honourable Member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I am so delighted today to welcome my Mississauga Erin Mills Women's Council and Youth Council to Ottawa. These brave Canadians are doing phenomenal work engaging with constituents to help me advocate on the issues that matter most to us and ours. Over the past year, they have held events and workshops for health and wellness, mental health, career development, entrepreneurship, food insecurity, and more. All the while, they continue to contribute to our community in their professional, student, and volunteer work. Today, they have brought their advocacy to Ottawa to witness our democracy in action and will meet with officials to share their vision. I want to take this opportunity to thank every member of these councils for their dedication, their leadership, and their commitment to our community here in Mississauga Erin Mills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
I could ask all members,
I'd like to ask all members to keep things quieter so we can hear the statements by members.
keep it quiet so we could hear the members make their, because I know we all want to hear from the Honourable Member from Oxford.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes up, cost up, crime up, and now time is up.
Right.
The NDP leader claimed he would be a voice of opposition, but for the past 2 years, he has sold out Canadians by supporting the Liberals who are hiking the tax on our food, doubling housing costs, and who have unleashed crime and chaos on our streets. Right. Following his media stunt, he refuses to state whether the NDP will vote to force a carbon tax election at the next opportunity. The truth is that the NDP have voted for the carbon tax 24 times. Wow. They have been a part of this Liberal problem. They have been there every step of the way. Canadians need a carbon tax election now to decide between the costly Liberal NDP coalition that will hike taxes on your food, punish your work, and take your money, or a common sense conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's bring it home. Bring it home.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, and time's up. Canadians are fed up with the corruption, self-dealings, and conflicts that define this rotten Liberal government. The latest example is the Prime Minister's decision to hire Carbon Tax Carney as his economic advisor, conveniently employing him through the Liberal Party to avoid conflict of interest disclosures. Every day, there are new questions about conflicts surrounding Carbon Tax Carney. Just yesterday, we learned that Carbon Tax Carney is negotiating with the very Liberal government he's supposed to be advising in funneling $10 billion taxpayer dollars to an investment fund owned by his company, Brookfield. This is an outrageous abuse. Enough of the Liberal corruption. Canadians deserve a carbon tax election, and they deserve one now.
If I could ask members to please take their seats so that the speaker could see the honourable.
I'd like to be able to see the honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity today to congratulate Simon Haneuse, a 24-year-old man living with autism spectrum disorder. Simon was hired through the Canada Summer Jobs Program by Initiatives Biodiversité, a nonprofit that protects endangered species throughout the Laurentians. Recently, Simon took part in the rescue of a painted turtle that had been hit on Route 329 in my riding. He also took part in the rehabilitation of a turtle named Hope, and on Friday, she and 2 of her hatchlings were released at Solar Lake in the municipality of Gore. Mr. Speaker, Simon's experience shows just how essential the Canada Summer Jobs Program is for including young people experiencing social professional integration difficulties. Bravo, Simon.
If I could ask again for all members' attention, because the honourable member from Nunavut is going to be speaking in her original language, and so you might want to install your earpieces to hear the honourable member from Nunavut.
Mr. Speaker, not treating my trauma resulted in coping skills that harm me. I thank Johnny Ningungat for sharing his faith with me.
Nos interprètes, je devrais dire, est-ce qu'ils sont capables...
Can the interpreters hear us now?
I can't hear her. I thank Johnny Ningung.
If I could ask for her patience. So if I could ask for all members' indulgence, we're going to ask the honourable member to start one more time. If it doesn't work for the translation into French, what we will do is that I'll come back to the member before the end of the period required for SO31s so that she can make her statement, but hopefully we'll work it out by then. Hopefully we'll work it out by now. So thanks for all members' patience, and I ask the honourable member from Nunavut to start again.
Mr. Speaker, not treating my trauma resulted in coping skills that harmed me. I wish to thank Johnny Ningungat for sharing his faith with me. For people in recovery, I speak to you, and I hope that you keep strong in your journey. Robin, I love you. Lloyd, I love you. Your strength inspires me. I thank the Bruce Oak Recovery Centre and the family of Scott Oak and his family for establishing the centre. Relapse, I learned has 3 stages. It affects the mental, emotional, and physical. I hope those in recovery and their loved ones learn to recognize these stages so you can avoid reaching physical relapse. Not only have your lives been saved, you are learning to love and live life in recovery. I hope more Nunavut mute seek help as my loved ones did. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to thank the citizens of La Salle et Mar-Verdun for placing their trust in Louis-Philippe Sauvé. Mr. Sauvé made only one election promise to prove himself worthy of that trust, and I've known Louis-Philippe for many years. He'll keep his word. People have sent a clear message by choosing an MP who uncompromisingly defends the interests of Quebecers in Montreal Southwest, an MP who shares their concerns about housing, climate change, and the cost of living, an MP who ran a positive campaign, for example on French language issues, rather than one based on fear and division, an MP who campaigned intelligently, addressing voters with smart, realistic proposals. Above all, citizens have chosen an MP with a heart, in tune with the aspirations of the people of La Salle et Mar-Verdun, and courageous in the face of adversity. Louis-Philippe Sauvé, your place is here with us on the Hill in Ottawa. Welcome home and congratulations.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Carbon Tax Carney is just 9 days into his role as de facto finance minister, and he's already cashing in on his conflicts of interest to enrich himself at taxpayers' expense. Yesterday, we learned that his firm is about to get a $10 billion sweetheart deal from his friends in the Liberal government to run his fund. You can't even make this up. Every day, there are new questions about his conflicts. Just days after his official appointment, his close friend, the CEO of Telesat, got more than $2 billion of your tax dollars to build a broadband network that other firms could have built for half that price. While Canadians struggle to put food on the table, it's never been better to be a well-connected Liberal. It's time to come clean. How much does Carbon Tax Carney and his firm at Brookfield pocket in management fees from taxpayers in this new fund? And if they don't plan on answering us, I'm sure the Ethics Commissioner can shed some light on the brazen corruption of Canada's unelected finance minister who's gunning for the PM's job. Right. In the meantime, they get rich and Canadians get fleeced. Right.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, Phil Fontaine, one of the greatest Indigenous leaders in Canadian history, will be celebrating his 80th birthday. He rose from poverty and the cruelty of residential schools to challenge discrimination and colonialism at the highest levels of political and religious power. As National Chief, Phil Fontaine attained apologies from both our Parliament and the Vatican for their destructive treatment of Indigenous children, and played a key role in negotiating the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. Under his leadership, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission paved the way for a national dialogue on healing and justice. Fontaine helped to reshape how Canada confronts its past, promoting understanding, respect, and mutual recognition. His legacy will be the inspiration for a new generation to continue the reconciliation journey toward a fair and inclusive future for all Canadians. I invite this House to join me in honoring Phil Fontaine's lifetime of service and achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We've just learned that the Bloc will be voting to keep the most costly prime minister and most centralizing prime minister in history in power. A government that's doubled the cost of housing, doubled the national debt, increased the cost of groceries, broken our immigration system, pushing Quebec to the breaking point. How can the Bloc abandon Quebecers to prop up this prime minister, the most costly and centralizing one in our country's history? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the Leader of the Opposition is only concerned about his own political interests and not the interests of Canadians and Quebecers. That's why we're going to keep investing in Canadians. We're going to be there for Quebecers with health care, dental care, more child care places, instead of proposing cuts and austerity, which we know the Conservative leader would impose on everyone. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Canadians' interest is in cutting taxes, building houses, fixing the budget, and stopping crime so that Quebecers can bring home bigger paychecks and pensions that will be enough to afford housing and food. That's after 9 years of the Liberal Bloc coalition. They've doubled the debt, doubled the cost of living, and broken our immigration system. Why is the Bloc propping up this expensive and centralizing government? The Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, we see the Conservative leader believes in slogans, but not in Canadians and Quebecers. He doesn't want to invest to help people with dental care. He doesn't want to be there to help our seniors, to help young people. He just wants to cut programs. He voted against our climate action, against checks that people need, but he wants nothing to do with that. He's obsessed with his own thirst for power. We're concerned about Quebecers and Canadians, and we're working for them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The NDP leader sold out Canadians to sign on to a costly coalition that doubled the debt, doubled the housing costs, sent 2 million people to food banks and 1,800 tent encampments. He voted 24 times for the carbon tax. And since he did his dramatic video, he's refused to answer 40 times whether he'd vote non-confidence. Now that he knows that the Bloc is going to keep the Liberals in power, he'll stand up and claim that he's voting against. Mr. Speaker, why won't the NDP stand up when it counts so that we can end this costly coalition and elect a common sense government?
Before the Prime Minister takes a question, I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from New Westminster, Burnaby, please, to only take the microphone when his voice is recognized. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see that the Leader of the Opposition enjoys his political games, enjoys chasing after his own political interests, and has not a second to care for Canadians' interests. He's actually in a bad mood because inflation has come down for Canadians. He doesn't care about their interests. That's why we're going to continue to deliver for Canadians. We're going to continue to step up with investments that are going to support Canadians, fight climate change, and build a brighter future for everyone.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this costly NDP carbon tax coalition, what's happened? What's up? Taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. What Canadians need is hope. By choosing a common sense government that axes taxes, builds homes, fixes the budget, and stops the crime so they can earn powerful paychecks and pensions that buy affordable food, gas, and homes in safe neighborhoods, protected by a strong military. Why can't we bring it home now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that little performance shows just how much the Leader of the Opposition loves his slogans, but actually doesn't put forward any.
I'm going to ask, as I'd ask a previous member before, to please not take the floor unless they're recognized. I'm going to ask all members, please, to allow the member to. I'll ask Right Honourable Prime Minister to start from the top.
Boy, Mr. Speaker, point out the performance of the Leader of the Opposition, and his colleagues get all upset because they know that he doesn't actually care about Canadians. He doesn't care about the programs we're delivering. He doesn't care about stepping up to support Canadians. He's actually in a bad mood because inflation has come down to 2%, Mr. Speaker, and it ruins his little just inflation slogan. He is so upset because he's cared about his own interests and not the interests of Canadians. We're going to stay focused on the things that matter for people while he spins little rhymes and tosses out his slogans. We'll take this seriously like we always have.
If anyone had any doubt, it's definitely Wednesday. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the just inflation tagline works now better than ever. He can try to call himself Rocky Balboa and play fight songs to aggrandize himself as the star. But the people lined up at food banks, 2 million of them every month, know better. The people who are living in the 1,800 Ontario tent encampments know better. The 35 homeless encampments in Halifax, the people there know better. They know that we need to fire this costly carbon tax coalition so we can elect a common sense government that will bring it home for them.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, he sure loves to declaim about vulnerable people and perform his empathetic supposed concern. But the reality is he is using vulnerable people for his own political gains. If he actually cared about people, he wouldn't have voted against dental care for 700,000 seniors. He wouldn't have voted against a school food policy that's helping families with $800 worth of groceries a year. He's not making the investments in Canadians. He wants to cut programs, make Canadians suffer, so he can sit in the big chair.
Alors.
Order.
Order. Then I have
the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister appointed a special envoy to fight Islamophobia, and she felt that her terms of reference included criticizing Quebec's universities for not providing for student security. Perhaps we don't see Islamophobia in the same way because some would say that this position is, strictly speaking, a liberal activist and political position. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, what is his definition of Islamophobia? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government recognized that there was a rise in intolerance of all kinds all across the country, and we had a duty to recognize that and fight against it. That's why we appointed a special representative against Islamophobia and also a special rep against anti-Semitism. And we also recognize systemic discrimination in our institutions. So we have lots of challenges to face in bringing Canadians together and in addressing our challenges together to create a more peaceful and respectful country, the country that we now have. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. This is no small thing. The Prime Minister does not know the definition of Islamophobia. Does he think that without a definition, criticizing Quebec universities reduces Islamophobia somehow? Or does it rather polarize Canadians and pit them against one another? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite knows full well, I am a proud Quebecer, and I am proud that the Liberal Party of Canada has more Quebec members than the Bloc Québécois does. So we are proud Canadians, proud Quebecers, and we know that in every institution all across country there are challenges around racism, systemic discrimination, and so on, and we need to address those issues, and that's the work we're doing because we know everyone should feel included and respected within our country, and unfortunately, we're seeing a rise in intolerance all across the country. So it's our duty, all of our duties, to come together and listen to one another. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, all over the country, Conservative governments are privatizing our health care. They want people to have to pay to see a doctor, and it's no different in Quebec. But this Prime Minister is too weak to stand up to the Conservatives, and the people are the ones paying the price. What's it going to take for him to stand up to defend the principles of universal public health care? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the NDP is concerned about progressive values all across the country, but they can't deliver the goods. We were happy to work with them to deliver concrete things in healthcare, in childcare for Canadians, but unfortunately, they're the ones who decided to stop delivering the goods for Canadians. Progressive things are not always easy to accomplish, but we will continue fighting to do so. We will continue to defend our public health care system, and we will keep investing in the Canadian system. But unfortunately, the NDP can't say the same.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
They are failing on health care and they are failing on groceries because 1 year ago today, the Liberals met with Canada's grocery CEOs and promised to stabilize prices. A year later, prices are still up. Grocery CEOs are still gouging families struggling to put food on the table. Meanwhile, the Conservatives remain silent on grocery greed, and they want to give even more taxpayer money to these CEOs. Canadians are fed up. They are working harder and falling further behind. Why does this Prime Minister keep caving to CEOs while Canadians pay the price?
Hear, hear!
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the NDP is taking a page out of the Conservative playbook and choosing slogans rather than the hard work that will actually help Canadians. Right. We've delivered some of the most comprehensive reforms to the Competition Act in order to hold big grocers account for the work that they're doing in terms of delivering for Canadians. We've also moved forward on a national school food program that's putting more food in the bellies of 400,000 kids across the country as provinces come on board, and is going to save parents up to $800 on their grocery bills. These are things tangibly that we're busy delivering while they're playing politics.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
April 30th, 2014. Life in Canada, home of the world's most affluent middle class, the New York Times. Yet, today, almost a decade after that NDP Liberal Prime Minister has been in what he calls the big chair, Canada's GDP per capita is actually down, while the American one is up 19%. His carbon taxes are strangling growth. How could the solution possibly be to quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre and send more jobs and businesses south?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we know the Leader of the Opposition doesn't believe in climate change and doesn't believe in putting more money in the pockets of Canadians with the Canada carbon rebate. How many wildfires, hurricanes, droughts are going to go after Canadians' lives and livelihoods before he understands you can't have a plan for the economy unless you have a plan for the environment?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He doesn't have a plan for either, as evidenced by the fact that he came completely unglued and started spitting out personal insults and crying, "Liar, liar, liar," on a radio station the other day when he learned that I had pointed to his own government report, which showed that his carbon tax will blow a $25 to $30 billion hole in our GDP. This was from a report that his government tabled in the House of Commons. If, in fact, his government is lying about the true cost of the carbon tax to our economy, then what is the true cost?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer demonstrated that 8 out of 10 Canadian families do better with the Canada carbon rebate every 3 months than the cost of the price on pollution. And on top of that, Canadians know the price on pollution has brought down our emissions faster than any other G7 country at the same time as it is supporting Canadians in the middle class and working hard to join it. We're going to continue to fight climate change and invest in a strong economy for the future, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to deny climate change and cut programs and services that Canadians rely on.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, you can't sit in the big chair if you can't read your own government documents. The Environment and Climate Change Canada carbon pollution pricing data tabled in this House by his government said that it will cost between $25 and $30 billion in lost GDP when this tax is implemented. A further document tabled by his Environment Minister on Carbon Tax 2 says there will be another $9 billion hole for a total of between $34 and $40 billion. Now he screams that this is all lies. Again, if his government documents are lying, what is the true cost of the carbon tax to our economy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, every Canadian, except perhaps the Canadians in the Conservative Party of Canada, understand that the costs of inaction on climate change will be catastrophic, not just with wildfires, droughts, floods, hurricanes, but with lost economic opportunity, lost jobs, lost growth for Canadians as we solve the challenges of the 21st century. We are choosing to invest in a strong economy for the future. We're choosing to fight climate change and develop the solutions that the world's going to need to do that, while the Leader of the Opposition offers a do-nothing climate change plan that will cost Canadians billions.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
His carbon tax has not stopped a single flood, or single fire in this country. He's not stopped any natural disasters. What he has done is driven Canadians into poverty. Quadrupling the tax to 61 cents a litre will cause a nuclear winter for our economy. Something that his carbon tax coalition partners in the NDP have voted to bring about. So if he really is so confident in a 61 cent a litre tax, why doesn't he call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Leader of the Opposition is he believes in slogans. He just doesn't believe in climate change. The fact is, our plan to fight climate change is not just putting more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians across the country, but is bringing down emissions and creating jobs and opportunity for Canadians for generations to come. His climate change denialism, his do-nothing plan to fight climate change is going to hurt Canadians. We are going to continue to build a strong economy for the future because we know fighting climate change is part of it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
But he's not fighting climate change. He's driving production out of Canada to more polluting for foreign jurisdictions, rather than our common sense plan to green-light green projects that produce more energy around the world that displace emissions. That's a common sense approach. And he still won't answer the question, though, on the full cost of his 2 carbon taxes. I've cited government documents tabled in this House that say that it will total between $34 and $40 billion per year in lost GDP and jobs. If his government documents are wrong, then what is the true loss of GDP as a result of his 61 cent a litre carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about driving investment out of Canada. He must be remembering his own time as minister, because since 2016, Mr. Speaker, foreign direct investment is up 60% in this country. Last year, we were 3rd in the world after the U.S. and Brazil, which makes us number 1 for foreign investment in the G20 per capita. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to show the world that they can have confidence in Canada and in Canadians, why doesn't he have confidence in Canadians? Why won't he invest in Canada?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada said of Canada's investment problems, emergency break glass. Canadian workers get 55 cents of investment for every dollar American workers get, and only 65 cents for every dollar that an OECD worker gets. The gap between the Canadian and U.S. economy is now at a 100-year high after 9 years of the NDP Liberals. So one last time, his own documents show that his 61 cent a litre carbon tax will blow a $40 billion hole in our economy. If that number's not right, what is the real number?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again we see that the Leader of the Opposition is frustrated that international economists, climate experts, academics all back our plan to both fight climate change and grow a strong economy, while he's stuck with late-night far-right conspiracy YouTube videos. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we are delivering concretely to build a stronger future for Canadians, to fight climate change and to grow the economy, while he is hiding his head in the sand and refusing to admit even that climate change is real.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. A unanimous motion by the Quebec Assembly that education comes under Quebec's exclusive jurisdiction and hiring professors should be based on merit and certainly not based on religion. They reiterate that hiring based on religion is not only discriminatory, but it goes against state secularism. And the National Assembly repeats its request to have the Special Envoy on Islamophobia fired. I'd just like to remind all members, I know there was a lot of content in that question, and it's difficult for our interpreters to interpret all of that. And so we should speak at a speed that's reasonable for our interpreters. Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let me be crystal clear. The universities have to hire the best possible people for the job. That's their job. But we also recognize that universities have policies that they've put in place to ensure that their staff reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. So I have full confidence in our universities, and we must always keep fighting systemic discrimination in all our institutions from coast to coast to coast. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Does it take 9 years to learn not to answer questions? The National Assembly of Quebec unanimously said that your person has insulted all of us. We're calling for her resignation. Are you on Ms. El-Gawabi's position against Quebec? Are you on her side and against the National Assembly of Quebec with all its elected representatives? If not, let it be known.
Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. To suggest in this place that a member from Quebec elected by Quebecers does not represent his constituents is an insult to this very place, and the Bloc, which was elected to this place, should be ashamed of saying such a thing. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
2000 to 2014, Canadians attracted $30 to $100 billion more of American investment than the reverse. In the last 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, there have been $450 billion more Canadian dollars invested in the U.S. than the return. That's Canadian money building U.S. pipelines, U.S. mines, U.S. businesses paying American workers with Canadian money. That is the consequence of a high carbon tax and a high energy price that drives jobs away. When will the Prime Minister learn that his radical plan to hike the tax to 61 cents a litre will destroy our economy further?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The problem with that argument, Mr. Speaker, is that the Leader of the Opposition doesn't understand that the International Monetary Fund and others have projected Canada to have stronger growth than the United States next year, despite the fact that we have a price on pollution, but perhaps because of the fact we have a price on pollution that is drawing in investment from around the world in the growing sectors of the economy to ensure good jobs in mining, in environmental research, in various industries, because we know the future is greener.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Our per capita GDP is smaller than it was 10 years ago, perhaps the first time since the Great Depression that has happened. He's had the worst economic growth since the Depression. The OECD says that Canada will have the worst economic growth this year and for the next 3 decades. Our economy has dropped more per capita since before COVID than any other G7 country. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. This Prime Minister wants to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre, which will be an economic catastrophe for this country.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what that little performance just showed is that the Leader of the Opposition is using his brokenest argument around Canada to explain why he would cut dental programs, cut child care, step away from any climate action, withdraw support to draw in investment. That's his excuse. The problem with that argument, however, Mr. Speaker, is Canada actually has the strongest fiscal position of any of the world's advanced economies, and our choice is putting that strong fiscal position in service of investment in Canadians, in dental, in childcare, in pharma, in...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
There he goes again, telling Canadians they've never had it so good. It's never been so good for those 2 million people lined up at food banks. For the 1 million people every month that go to food banks in Ontario, record-smashing increases in homelessness by his own admission, after he promised a food program that hasn't delivered a single meal, despite millions spent on bureaucracy. 1 in 4 kids line up at food banks. And now, the worst. He proposes to quadruple the carbon taxes on heat, housing, fuel, and food. How much, and how much will that take from our GDP?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the problem that he will not the problem he has is that he cannot admit that the price on pollution puts more money back in the pockets of middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. He continues to spew the line that Canada is broken, and whenever I point out that we have a strong fiscal balance sheet that we should be putting in service of programs and supports for Canadians, he says, no, we need cuts. That is not the path forward for Canada, and that's the choice Canadians get to make. Do we go with austerity and cuts to programs, or do we invest in Canadians and their future?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians who can't eat, heat, or house themselves are living in austerity now. And as to his false PMO talking point about 8 out of 10 Canadians being better off, it conveniently excludes the $25 billion per year in economic costs that his own government admits that the carbon tax imposes on Canadians. And that's why 6 in 10 Canadian families and 100% of the middle class are worse off with his carbon tax. So his documents show Canadians are worse off. If he doesn't have confidence in his own government documents, how can this House have confidence in his government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
millions of Canadians across the country have received the Canada Carbon Rebate checks that puts more money in their pockets every 3 months than it costs them on average on the price on pollution. That allows us not only to fight climate change and boost our economy in strong ways that create the innovative solutions that the world is going to increasingly rely on, but it helps Canadians with affordability at a challenging time. He would eliminate those Canada Carbon Rebate checks and put forward no plan to fight climate change. That's not how you build the future for Canada.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, under the Liberals, housing prices in Winnipeg are out of control. The average rent for a one-bedroom suite in Winnipeg increased over 22% since last year, the largest jump in the country. Corporate landlords are buying up affordable housing and jacking up rents because they know they have support of both the Liberals and the Conservatives. Well, I can tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker, they are not the answer to our housing crisis. So my question to the Prime Minister, why is he allowing corporate landlords to price people out of their homes?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I very much look forward to working with the NDP Premier of Manitoba on Renters' Bill of Rights. We just presented a number of measures that will directly help renters, like ensuring that rent is counted towards calculation of credit scores so people can get a mortgage, by protecting renters from landlords. We recognize, as I'm sure do the NDP, that that is largely a provincial jurisdiction, but I'm very glad to hear that the Premier of NDP, the NDP Premier of Manitoba will be stepping up to work with the federal government on delivering for Canadians in Manitoba and indeed right across the country.
The honourable member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
What is in provincial jurisdiction is what's happening in Edmonton-Griesbach, where the federal government is set to bulldoze hundreds of homes in my community so that developers get rich. These homes are on public land and are some of the last affordable units in my city due to decades of Liberal and Conservative cuts. Families like Kim's, a single mom raising a child with a family with a member of with a disability, is scared she will be homeless. Will the Prime Minister stop the dem evictions, stop selling off land to rich developers, and build the homes that people can actually afford?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government put forward one of the most ambitious investments in housing that this country has ever seen. And we are happy to work hand in hand with the NDP to make sure that public lands get used for affordable housing, that we're doing everything we can to push back against provinces that are attacking public affordability of homes. We would very much like to continue working with the NDP on this matter. They're choosing to play politics with the Conservatives and put politics first. We're going to continue to work to make sure that his residents in Edmonton-Griesbach and indeed right across the country get better affordability, better homes, because that's what this federal government is focused on, not politics.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, the U.S. Department of Justice revealed that Russia is funneling money to conservative media figures to push their far-right propaganda. This is a clear threat to our democracy and Canada's national security. And yet,
I'm going to ask the honourable member to please take a seat. I would ask. I would like to ask all honourable members to please not take their time out of turn on both sides of the House so that we can hear the question that's being asked. I'm going to invite the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands to start from the top so that the Speaker can hear the question. And I ask all members to please hold with their comments. The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, the U.S. Department of Justice revealed that Russia is funneling money to conservative media figures to push a far-right propaganda. This is a clear threat to our democracy and Canada's national security. And yet, the leader of the Conservative Party is directing his MPs to block the Public Safety Committee's study on this real issue. Can the Prime Minister tell this House what our government is doing to protect Canadians from this very real threat of foreign interference?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands for his advocacy on this unbelievably important issue. It's extremely alarming that Russia is pushing its propaganda in our democracy, but even more appalling that they are using far-right Canadian conservative influencers to divide Canadians. We must all stand against this. I call on all parties, including the Conservative Party of Canada, to stand up and investigate these allegations and follow up on it. Let it get through committee.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Under 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, housing costs have doubled. Now, he said he was going to create a $4 billion fund to give to cities to speed up home building. So he gave Toronto City Hall $500 million. What did they do? Hiked building taxes by 42%. He gave Ottawa City Hall $200 million, so they could hike taxes by 11%. He gave Mississauga City Hall $113 million, so they could hike taxes by 22%. Why does he keep funding bloated local government gatekeepers that block housing rather than building the homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let us not take any lessons from that failed Harper housing minister who didn't get anything built while he was on the job. We're going to continue to do what he didn't, which is working with cities, working with provinces and territories, working with nonprofits to get homes built.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They're not being built. In fact, housing construction is down, way down. And he should take lessons from everyone because he has the worst housing inflation in Canadian history and by far the worst housing inflation in the G7 after 9 years in power. And now he's bloating up the same bureaucracies that have given us the slowest building permits in the G7. Why won't he follow my common sense plan to link federal dollars to housing completions to incentivize local governments to speed up permits, free up land, and actually cut building taxes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition's so-called housing plan was universally panned by experts, which is why it failed in this House of Commons. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we have been working with premiers, working with municipalities, working with nonprofits to turn the ship around that he neglected when he was so-called housing minister. The reality is we are delivering for Canadians. We have a lot more work to do, and his slogans and divisive attacks aren't going to get any homes built for anyone.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when I was housing minister, the average home price was $450,000. The rent was $950 for a one-bedroom, $1,100 for a two-bedroom. It's now doubled to over $2,000. And we built almost 200,000 homes at those rock-bottom low prices. So now, fast forward a decade, 28% of Canadians tell a RE/MAX survey they're considering leaving the country because of housing inflation doubling under this Prime Minister. So why doesn't he get his gatekeepers out of the way and follow my common sense plan to build the homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like in so many of his plan consists entirely of slogans and personal attacks on me, on mayors, on Canadians who are working to get things done. We are investing in partnership with municipalities to change zoning laws, to invest in public lands, to support nonprofits to build more units. I was just in Vancouver meeting with the extraordinary folks of the Vancouver Chinatown Foundation that are delivering a unit that this young woman can now live in and afford because of investments this federal government has delivered. We're going to be there for Canadians while he's there for himself.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
La semaine dernière.
Last week, a woman was stabbed near a hard drugs injection site. the Maison Benoît Labre near a primary school. This tragedy could have been avoided if the Prime Minister had accepted what I asked around 3 months ago. I asked for hard drug injection sites to be closed and for money to be invested in drug treatment. Will the Prime Minister finally close down this hard drug injection site, which is right near a school? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians deserve to live in safe communities, and that is a responsibility we take seriously. But part of taking a challenge like this seriously is listening to experts and listening to people working on the front lines of the opioid and toxic drug crisis in order to help people to get through these difficult times. Yes, we need to invest in help for these people. We also need to invest in ways to protect Canadians. We will base what we do on science and evidence, not on ideology and politics. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Prime Minister to tell me from what date to what date he was part of the National Assembly of Quebec. I don't seem to recall it, but if all of the parties here want to fight Islamophobia and polarization, they should consider adopting legislation tabled by the Bloc Québécois, which would put an end to the religious grounds for hate speech. Will the Prime Minister accept that before it's too late for him? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois keeps insisting on this. But he has just said very clearly that federal MPs from Quebec have less legitimacy than members in the National Assembly of Quebec. Well, I might really ask myself, hell, what is the Bloc Québécois doing here if they have so little legitimacy? I would like to invite the Prime Minister to withdraw this unparliamentary language. I'm sure he can use other words to express his point. He has 10 seconds left. Mr. Speaker, I'm being very clear. We are here to defend Quebec's interests in Ottawa at the federal level. I don't know what my colleague is even doing here if he doesn't think he has legitimacy to speak for Quebec.
Avant qu'on continue,
Before going on, this is an important point. I would just like to ask the Prime Minister to withdraw the unparliamentary language. And the Right Honourable Prime Minister said, I withdraw the word. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Oh, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. No, I'm sorry. I used the expression mot comprendre to describe what I said, but that's not accurate. I used a different word. I would like to withdraw that. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, perhaps I was not clear, or perhaps Mr. Trudeau... No, I'm sorry. Yes, I know that the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly is a very experienced member. Of course, he made a mistake. I would invite him to start over again and to respect the rules of this place. Yes, I withdraw that vulgar language.
Monsieur le Président, le Premier ministre est la preuve.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is living proof that we need to do more to protect French because he didn't understand what I said. I would like Parliament to adopt legislation that would put an end to religious exemptions. He is a Quebec MP here in Ottawa. He should pay attention to the fact that this is what Quebec wants.
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in our federal system, the reality is that we have Quebec MPs elected to represent Quebec. And they do that in Quebec, in the National Assembly, but they can also represent Quebec in Ottawa and represent other Canadians as well. As a proud Quebecer, I will continue to do my job to protect my constituents in Papineau, and I will also be there to pay close attention to the well-being of the entire country.
Chef de l'opposition.
Quote, children are not able to buy alcohol. They're not able to buy marijuana or cigarettes, but they can have access to crack pipes and kits to be able to do so-called safe injection. It's just wrong. These are the words of the stepfather of Brianna McDonald, the 13-year-old girl who lost her life to a drug overdose in Abbotsford after she was denied treatment but offered drug paraphernalia by the authorities. When will the Prime Minister end this radical agenda, close the drug dens, defund unsafe supply, and treat addiction to bring our loved ones home drug-free?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, tragedies like that are unthinkable, and we need to do everything we can as orders of government to bring them to an end, to protect kids, to protect communities, to protect vulnerable people. That's why we work hand in hand with local authorities, with provincial authorities on the plans that will suit them, that will keep communities safe. We know there's not one-size-fits-all solution. We know that ideology isn't the answer. Only the application of science, of compassion, of investments that will help people through this terrible epidemic.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this young girl's family begged hospital treatment for their vulnerable teenager. Instead, she was given drug paraphernalia. This is all part of the radical experiment that the Prime Minister and the NDP have imposed and have contributed to 47,000 drug overdose deaths, with the biggest increases in the places where this approach has been tried. Alberta has reduced overdoses by 50% with treatment. Why won't he follow the science and back the plans that work?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For anyone puzzled by the link or the not link to federal jurisdiction in that question, that was an ad in support of John Rustad, the BC Conservative leader who's about to be in a campaign, the leader of the opposition continues to focus on ideology while we roll up our sleeves, work with partners on delivering solutions for Canadians. We need to lead with compassion and science, and that is what we will always do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is federal because this federal Prime Minister has offered a criminal code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act exemption to allow the drug dens to go ahead, and he has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on tax-funded unsafe supply that is killing our people and addicting our kids. It's just like on car theft, where he's brought in catch and release and house arrest for career car thieves. Today, he has a chance to reverse himself and vote for Common Sense Bill C-379 to bring in mandatory jail time for career car thieves. Will he do the right thing?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see a return to the failed Stephen Harper tough-on-crime policies that don't work, Mr. Speaker. Mandatory minimums struck down by the Supreme Court don't work. What has worked, Mr. Speaker, is increasing the number of scanners after Stephen Harper's government cut them, increasing the investments in policing, in AI to process and discover which containers will have cars in them, to crack down on auto theft, to step up with science and solutions instead of just flailing around and using the same failed Harper playbook.
The Honourable Member from Laval, Alfred Pellin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are going through a housing crisis, and our government is proposing real solutions to do something about it. In November, we signed a $1.8 billion agreement with the Government of Quebec to provide housing. Can the Prime Minister tell us about the results of that agreement, which will deliver in my riding, Alfred Pellan, and throughout Quebec. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Alfred Pellan. He has worked hard for this important file. In November, we signed a historic $1.8 billion agreement with the Government of Quebec to speed up construction of 8,000 housing units. We know that we can only fix the housing crisis if all levels of government work together. The Conservative leader's plan on housing is risible. In fact, it has been mocked by all experts. He wants to tear up the agreement with Quebec. He's not serious on housing. Instead, he's attacking Quebec elected officials. There's a lot of work left for him to do with these paltry policies of his.
Opposition. In 2015, Ahmed Faoud Mustafa El-Didi appeared in an ISIS torture video dismembering a human body on a crucifix. Yet in 2018, this NDP Liberal government let him in, later giving him citizenship, only to find from French authorities that he was plotting a massive terrorist attack on people living in the Toronto area. Also, this last several weeks, we learned that another potential terrorist gained access as under a student visa to plan an attack on New York City Jews. Why won't the Prime Minister reverse the damage he's done to our borders, secure our country, and stop the terrorism?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition was genuinely serious in his concern for national security, he would choose to get the top-secret clearance that we have offered him instead of putting forward this little performance. We, on this side of this House, don't play politics with national security.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Carbon Tax Carney is already getting his way. Only days after he took on the unofficial and unelected role as finance minister, we learned that the company that he chairs is now seeking $10 billion federal Canadian tax dollars, money to control Canadians' pensions. So he's gone from Carbon Tax Carney to Conflict of Interest Carney, and now Coincidence Carney. Will the Prime Minister cut loose Carbon Tax Carney and call a carbon tax election so Canadians can choose their future?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Hard pivot away from his security clearance, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, he is jealous that top-notch economists and world-renowned experts back our plan to fight climate change and grow the economy, but he's stuck with late-night far-right conspiracy videos on YouTube.
The Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Carbon Tax Carney has nothing to hide. Then he would simply sign up and have an ethics clearance and an ethics committee review. We've tried to bring him to the ethics committee, mais le Bloc québécois a travaillé avec les libéraux pour
the Bloc québécois worked with the Liberals to stop that.
Follow the conflict of interest law, but the Prime Minister refuses to swear him in as a public servant. So, if there is no conflict of interest, why won't Carbon Tax Carney do a full job as a public servant that can be scrutinized by our Ethics Commission rather than fleecing Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
So get this, Mr. Speaker. He's really cheesed that we didn't hire him on for the government payroll. That Mark Carney has chosen to step up to fight with the Liberal Party against the reckless and dangerous economic plans of the Conservative Party should be an example to all Canadians. People across the country are beginning to see how ridiculous and dangerous the ideas that the Leader of the Opposition are putting forward and are stepping up to roll up their sleeves and fight back against that brokenest, austere vision of not helping Canadians, of hurting Canadians, of going back to a time where Canadians didn't have the bright future.
The Honourable Member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, rental markets and home prices in communities across the country are making it difficult for Canadians to find an affordable place to live. The current systems in place to guide Canadians while they make these important purchases or protect them are not enough. Can the Prime Minister tell us what protection Canadians will find in the new blueprints for renters and home buyers' Bill of Rights?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Brampton South for her advocacy on this important issue. This week, we released the blueprints for a renter's Bill of Rights and a home buyer's Bill of Rights. It lays out a plan to help protect renters from unfair practices like rent evictions and excessive rent increases, something the Conservative leader couldn't care less about. The Conservative leader is a failed Harper housing minister with a laughable record. Lazy politicians come up with lazy policies and failed results. That's exactly what the leader of the opposition is after offering Canadians.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, people living in Gaza and the West Bank continue to suffer unbearable atrocities, and Canadians have been pleading with this government to do more to promote peace for both Israelis and Palestinians. And today, the Liberals had a chance. Today, they had a chance, and yet they failed to support a UN vote that demanded that Israel end its unlawful occupation of Palestinian territories. Once again, they're choosing whose human rights matter. Why are the Liberals refusing to uphold international law and protect the lives of Palestinians?
Hear, hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, there has been too much suffering, from Hamas's horrific attacks on October 7th to the heartbreaking catastrophe in Gaza. It has to end. We call for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, an urgent increase in humanitarian assistance in Gaza, and for Palestinian civilians to be protected. We need to return to a path to peace based on a two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace and security.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's been over a decade since my community was promised two-way, all-day GO train service from Kitchener to Toronto. Yet we still don't even have a timeline for completion. Folks in my community are stuck on overcrowded buses that are getting worse and worse each year. The federal government has already committed 40% of the project costs. That's over $750 million. Will the Prime Minister join me and local community leaders in calling for accountability from Premier Ford and to push for a timeline for project completion?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Indeed, this government has put record amounts of infrastructure investment on the table to support Canadians in building transit, in building the infrastructure that they need on to get to and from work, to be able to afford better homes closer to work. These are the things that we're continuing to invest in, and we call on all premiers to step up in their investments, to work with us on investing, to not listen to their Conservative colleague in Ottawa who wants to cut and underinvest in infrastructure. Instead, work with us to invest in a stronger future for all Canadians.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government chose to fund a Russian propaganda film, and if you seek it, you may find unanimous consent to table an article which is...
I do not hear unanimous consent for the request for amendments. Okay. On a point of order, I see that the honourable member from Sandwich Gulf Islands is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with some trepidation based on comments made in question period. I've been diving through the standing orders to see on what order I find has been offended. I think you might find it in Standing Order 11, Sub 2 on order and decorum. Of course, Standing Order 16 protects members of Parliament and royal family and other parts of the Government of Canada from disrespectful and well, the commentary there. But I find it worrying that we may be setting a pattern of being able to abuse with offensive nicknames people who are respected Canadian citizens who have not been elected. I therefore suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, and you can rule on whether it's appropriate to say that a slur like carbon tax carny might offend Rule 11 sub 2. I'm sorry, I can't be heard.
I thank the honourable member. I thank the honourable member for her intervention and the order. I appreciate the honourable members raising this point of order. The chair will take a look back at that points that she raised in the particular subsections, and we'll come back if it is necessary to do so. Colleagues, following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of Kathy Merrick, Grand Chief of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. À la suite des discussions entre
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of Kathy Merrick, Grand Chief of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. I now invite honourable members to rise.
I thank all honourable members. It being 3:29, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bills C-379 under private members' business. Call on the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Hoback, seconded by Mr. Moore, moved that Bill C-379, an act to amend the Criminal Code, motor vehicle theft, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item, Mr. Hoback. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those that I left in favour of the motion will please now rise, starting with the 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Kelly.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Alboutayev.
Mr. Alboutayev.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Schmidt.
First row on my left.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient la motion veuillent bien.
All those on my right in support of the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row, sixth row, fourth row on my right. Third row on my right.
To my right. First row to my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Cinquième rangée.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Quatrième rangée.
Fifth row, fourth row.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Troisième.
Third row.
Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
John.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Première rangée.
First row on my left.
Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Cayabaga.
Miss Cayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row on my right.
Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Norm Mohammed.
Mr. Norm Mohammed.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakono.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Miss Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mrs. May, Sanis Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sanis Gulf Islands.
And ask members please not to rise until their row is called so that the clerk can properly see the people at the far end of the row. Third row on my right.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Second row at my right.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
First row at my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
J'aimerais informer la Chambre que la période...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Je reconnais l'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Monsieur le Président, je vais activer ma main levée et malheureusement, mon application ne fonctionnait pas. J'ai voulu voter, mais malheureusement, alors je demande à la Chambre si vous voulez accepter mon vote en faveur de ce projet de loi-là.
Monsieur Godin, il est pour.
I vote nay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turnbull, nay, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 149, 149. Nays contre 170, 170.
Déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
Comme mentionné dans ma déclaration,
as mentioned on Monday, September 16th, colleagues.
Note, comme mentionné lors de ma déclaration,
as mentioned in my statement on Monday, September 16th, 2024, the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
The volume of the earpieces will now be reset to 0. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. I thank them for paying particular attention to the sound level. Les députés qui utilisent leur oreillette.
Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. I thank them for paying particular attention to the sound level.
Affaires courantes.
Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Ms. Gould, seeks leave to introduce an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Pursuant to the order.
Excuse me, I did make an error. I jumped over a section which is presenting reports. Sorry, I'll start again after we've done the introduction of government bills. Still working off the rust, folks, from our break back home. Statements by ministers. Report from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, and again to the honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
With you every step of the way, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 68th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 68th report later this day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Once again, the honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you again. Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 68th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions. The honourable member from Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to present a petition in respect to the Lettsmont Regional Aquatic Centre. Lettsmont means one heart,
one mind in the Halkomelem language. Local First Nations, the District of Kent, the Village of Harrison Hot Spring are looking for more support from the federal government. Indigenous Services Canada has told local First Nations that when they want to partner with the community, that it's not possible under our Treasury Board guidelines. Why can't the Treasury Board enact policies that respect First Nations, that are working hand in hand with their partners in communities to build the infrastructure we need in Canada? The petitioners want to see some action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to stand and present a petition today signed by Canadians who are very concerned about a film that has come out that was funded by the Government of Canada through the Canada Media Fund and TVO called Russians at War. It paints a nice picture of the Russians fighting in Ukraine without laying out all of the war crimes that they're committing and the illegal invasion that they have started. So the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to get back all of the taxpayers' money, the $345,000 that went to the film's producer, Miss Trimamova, who was employed by Russia Today back in the past, which is sanctioned by the Government of Canada. She used those monies to bring out this misinformation campaign. They're calling on the government to audit all the programs that they have currently, like the Canadian Media Fund, on how this taxpayer dollars were used to further the Russians' interest right here in Canada. They're requesting that both CSIS and the RCMP do an investigation on whether or not there was any international or Canadian law, or Ukrainian law for that matter, that was violated. And finally, they want the RCMP to seize all material so that it can be used to go forward with the investigation on any war crimes that she may have captured on film but didn't actually put into the documentary. That, of course, is being aired now at the Toronto International Film Festival and other places in Canada.
Here. Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Oakville, North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition that's been signed by 1,844 Canadians regarding crisis pregnancy centres. Over 150 anti-abortion crisis pregnancy centres in Canada work to dissuade those who are pregnant from having abortions via medical misinformation and emotional manipulation. This petition calls on the government to take action on these crisis pregnancy centres and to review its charitable status. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, I'll try to summarize this as a highly specific issue that has attracted the signatures of over 1,236 Canadians who are very concerned about an issue relating to the culture of South India and Sri Lanka and the Tamil diaspora here in Canada, who are finding that due to the monopolistic behavior of movie chains, South Indian movies are not available and also have been subjected, some movie theaters, to recurring acts of vandalism. The specifics of this include that Cineplex and Landmark do not play South Indian movies in their cinemas, and that in the absence of these two top chains, South Indian movie lovers are made to watch these movies in substandard theaters paying higher ticket prices. So the petitioners, to summarize, ask that the Government of Canada direct law enforcement to get to the bottom of the vandalism that's occurring that seems to only affect Cineplex and Landmark, direct the Competition Bureau to investigate this cartel-like behavior, and direct Cineplex and Landmark to start playing South Indian movies and provide recourse with respect to law enforcement so that we fully embrace the whole tapestry of the wealth that's brought to Canada through multicultural and South Indian and Tamil diaspora here in Canada.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. So I have two petitions to table today. The first one was from constituents of mine who signed it during the Auburn Bay Stampede Breakfast. It's about the Auburn Bay Calgary Co-op, and it's specifically about the single-use plastics ban introduced by the government in December of 2023. In Calgary, we have a compostable green bag that is only used by the Calgary Co-op. So these are the facts that these constituents of mine want to draw to the attention of the Government of Canada. First of all, there is no plastic in their bag. It is fully compostable in the City of Calgary's compostable system. They have received information from the federal government saying they are forbidden from using them, and that now they're being handed out only if you purchase them at the tills, as opposed to being given to you when you purchase groceries at the store. It is at a huge cost. The City of Calgary supports the use of the Calgary Co-op compostable bag, stating that they fully break down in their compostable facilities. Further, that the federal ban as it stands now allows for Calgary Co-op again to sell its compostable bags on store shelves, but prevents them from selling these same bags a few feet away at the checkout, which makes, again, little sense and does, as they say, very little to limit their actual use. And they're asking for the following from the Government of Canada: to recognize that compostable bags do not constitute single-use plastic and are therefore worthy of an exemption to the upcoming ban. And my next petition is from constituents of mine. So while door knocking, this was being filled out, and they asked for the following. They would like the House of Commons to call for a vote of non-confidence and for a federal election 45 days after that successful vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Before I saw I had notice of a point of order. J'ai eu un message pour un appel.
Yes, I believe there was a point of order by the member for La Prairie. I'm sorry, it's been a little while. Yes, we're all getting older, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say a few words on behalf of the Bloc Québécois about the question of privilege raised by the Conservative House Leader. I won't take too much time. This has already been discussed in this House. It's very clearly established that Parliament has a right to require government documents to be produced. The only limit on that capacity is the judgment of this House, not the goodwill of the government. Because if it were the latter, the very principle of responsible government would be hollow. On June 10th, this House was very clear. It required the government to produce a series of documents and give them to the House law clerk to be sent to police authorities. Even though many documents may be involved a voluminous amount, that doesn't make the order less clear. But the government didn't respect it, which violates House privilege. Perhaps there are good reasons for this, but it doesn't change anything. So I believe there is a prima facie breach of privilege. As I was saying, the only thing that limits this House's capacity to require information is this House's judgment, not the government's willingness. And the Bloc Québécois intends to make good use of that judgment, as usual. The Conservative House Leader said that a motion will be tabled to require those documents once again in 8 days. I don't know if 8 days is reasonable or not. If the government needs a little more time, we will be reasonable. And if the government has good reasons for not having produced all the documents, then it should say so. The House will be able to exercise its judgment. Additionally, on September 16th, the Conservative House Leader also brought the Auditor General into this. But I wish to be very clear. This is not about the Auditor General. She is a highly respected officer of this House. Our duty is to protect her from the government, not to put her between a rock and a hard place. The documents she used for her performance audit were government documents. This government's refusal to obey clear direction from this House has placed the AG in a difficult position. But it's the government's fault. It's up to the government to produce these documents. It is the government that is causing a breach of privilege. This is a serious matter, and I would invite parliamentarians to address it seriously. And we need to avoid flinging accusations about willy-nilly. Yes, SDTC management was almost certainly deeply lacking, But at this time, we do not have proof that the businesses that receive support from the organization are to blame. That's why we want the RCMP to have access to all the information. We know that currently our business is characterized by ultra-partisanship, and we don't want that to tarnish the reputation of people who have done nothing wrong. But if there was corruption, if an inquiry shows that businesses received money that they shouldn't have, then they'll have to pay it back. But for that to happen, we need to ensure that the inquiry follows its course. Of course, it's possible that the RCMP doesn't want the documents, and it's possible that evidence that was received in an unusual manner will be harder to use in court. That is possible, and if that's the case, then the RCMP can refuse the documents. It's simple. But that doesn't mean that the government can violate clear direction from this House. The motion doesn't do anything to force the RCMP to accept the documents if the RCMP doesn't want them. We're not here to do something harmful just to score political points. We're not like that in the Bloc Québécois. Our party will not practice a scorched earth policy to partisan ends. We're not going to participate in a generalized mudslinging operation to sabotage all programs to help the environment or to slow down the process of having justice be done. And we need the House to look closely at this question, and I would invite you to rule that this government is responsible for a prima facie breach of privilege. And then I think Parliament will be able to move forward, and I would invite everyone to do so in a serious manner. I'd like to thank the member for La Prairie. Yes, I am getting older, but I do understand what it is that he said. I would like to invite the government House Leader to speak.
To respond as well to the question of privilege raised on September 16, 2024 by the member for Regina Capel, respecting the motion adopted by the House on June 10, 2024. I would like to start by stating that this does not constitute a prima facie question of privilege, as the House has overstepped its authority in this instance. The motion, as adopted by the House, does not order that the documents be provided to members of Parliament. It simply states that they be provided through the law clerk and parliamentary counsel to a third party. While the House has the right to order the production of documents for its own use, it does not have the right to order the production for the exclusive use of a third party. This point is made clear in a report of the Standing Committee on Privileges and Elections in 1991, which states, and I quote, "It is well established that Parliament has the right to order any and all documents to be laid before it, which it believes are necessary for its information," end of quote. The key words here are laid before it and necessary for its information. For this reason alone, the Chair should not find that this constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. Having said that, I do want to take this opportunity to provide the government's perspective on this motion. The government has grave concerns about potential charter violations that may result from turning over some of the information of the government, SDTC, and the Auditor General to the RCMP as outlined in the motion. The motion, as adopted, appears to be unprecedented and creates a troubling model that would enable the House of Commons to exempt law enforcement from the requirement to seek judicial permission to obtain a broad production of information free from charter constraints. As members will well know, Section 8 of the Charter protects persons against unreasonable interference by the government with their reasonable expectations of privacy. And government action that interferes with a reasonable expectation of privacy must be authorized by a law that satisfies Section 8's reasonableness standard. Ordinarily, proceedings in Parliament, including responses to motions adopted by the House of Commons, would be protected by parliamentary privilege and would not be admissible in other proceedings. As I have indicated, in the circumstances, the House of Commons has not even asked for the documents to be provided to members of Parliament in the course of their work, but rather it has expressly referred the information to the RCMP. This goes beyond the authority of the House to order the production of documents. Even if one were to accept that the motion is within the authority of the House, which the government does not, The motion does not displace the legal obligations that would potentially inform the lawfulness of the RCMP's access to and use of materials received from the law clerk and parliamentary council, including those under the Charter. Should the RCMP wish to engage with the materials received, it will follow in its own process and protocols to determine whether and how these materials may be used in a lawful way. As members well know, the RCMP requires lawful authority to invade privacy for the purpose of furthering any criminal investigation. In requiring that the information be turned over to the RCMP, the House of Commons appears to have appropriated the role of the judiciary in authorizing RCMP access to information, presumably to further a criminal investigation, but without replicating or observing any of the constitutional safeguards that normally constrain the police in such activities. This highly unusual approach may invite judicial scrutiny of both the use of any of the information by the RCMP and the legal underpinnings of how the information came to be in possession of the RCMP. And it is not just the government that has this view. The RCMP itself has expressed this to the law clerk and parliamentary council. In a July 25, 2024 letter from RCMP Commissioner Mike Duhem to the law clerk and parliamentary council, he stated, and I quote, "I am writing to you regarding the opposition motion that was passed in the House on June 10, 2024, which requires the production of documents from the government, the Auditor General and Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, to the law clerk and parliamentary council with the intention of providing these documents to the RCMP. Subsequent to the motion, the RCMP undertook a review and examination of the Office of the Auditor General tabled report on SDTC, along with additional administrative reports by Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada and publicly available information. The RCMP has concluded that the available reports do not identify any criminal offences or evidence of criminal wrongdoing at this time, whether in relation to any specific individual or organization. The Office of the Auditor General and the RCMP are governed by well-established processes that consider their respective mandates. These processes ensure compliance with applicable legal standards in order to preserve the viability of any potential criminal investigation and prosecution. The Office of the Auditor General has broad powers to compel information in a manner that is not possible in a criminal investigation. There are therefore safeguards in place to ensure information obtained by the Office of the Auditor General is not used to circumvent the legal obligations required for criminal investigations. If the Office of the Auditor General finds evidence of criminality during an audit, they have the authority to advise the RCMP. To date, the RCMP has not received any referral from the Auditor General or her office in relation to the SDTC matter. The RCMP has also reviewed the implications of the motion in a potential criminal investigation. Before taking any investigative steps to access documents that may give rise to a reasonable expectation of privacy, the RCMP must comply with applicable legal standards to preserve the viability of any potential criminal investigation or prosecution. The Parliamentary Production Order does not set aside these legal requirements. For the reasons set out above, the RCMP's ability to receive and use information obtained through this production order and under the compulsory powers afforded by the Auditor General Act in the course of a criminal investigation could give rise to concerns under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is therefore highly unlikely that any information obtained by the RCMP under the motion where privacy interests exist could be used to support a criminal prosecution or further a criminal investigation. Given the risks associated with receiving information under the motion or other compulsory authorities, practices need to be put in place to identify the nature and the source of information with a view to determining whether it contains charter-protected information. Any information obtained through the motion or other compulsory authorities would need to be segregated from an RCMP investigation. There is significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. The RCMP will continue its review of available information that does not give rise to concerns under the Charter to determine if sufficient evidence exists to launch a criminal investigation. I would like to emphasize as well that the RCMP is operationally independent and strictly adheres to the principles of police independence. In a free and democratic society, this ensures that the government cannot direct or influence the actions of law enforcement, and that law enforcement decisions remain based on the information and evidence available to police. Yours sincerely, Mike Duhem, Commissioner. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, this letter speaks for itself. Personally, I do not want to live in a country where politicians can use their power to trample on the privacy rights of Canadians and bypass the legal protections of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to provide information to law enforcement without any due process or judicial oversight. Given the concerns expressed above, the government must take every care to ensure we are adequately protecting sensitive information that would be inappropriate to disclose, which prompts the necessity to review all records carefully and with restraint, redact information, and then to provide the immense volume of material to the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council in a staggered manner. I would like to raise the issue of interpretation of the motion adopted on June 10, 2024. The motion states in part, and I quote, that the House order the Government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada each to deposit with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council within 30 days of the adoption of this order the following documents created or dated since January 1, 2017, which are in its or her possession, custody, or control. End of quote. The motion, as adopted, is silent on whether the documents requested should or should not be redacted. The practice in this place for document motions is that if they are to be provided unredacted, that this is stated in the motion. In this instance, this was not included in the motion. As members well know, the government, through its officials, are bound by certain statutes to protect certain information from disclosure. In fact, in the past, when the House has insisted that documents be produced in unredacted form, governments of both stripes have worked constructively with other parties to establish appropriate mechanisms to protect the disclosure of information that would otherwise not have been disclosed due to their protections offered by statute. While the motion is unusual in that it does not require that the documents be produced to the House itself, rather be produced and submitted to the RCMP through the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, the government interpreted that these documents could be redacted to abide by statutory protections. This is especially the case in this instance, and the government could not in good conscience interpret the meaning of this motion that it tramples on the charter rights of Canadians and that it exempt law enforcement from judicial oversight. This would be an extremely reckless and dangerous interpretation for the government to take. So while the government believes that the motion exceeds the authority of the House, it did try to comply in good faith in a way that respects the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Furthermore, as I have stated, the order did not explicitly state the documents could not be redacted. And secondly, since these documents were being transmitted to the RCMP, the police force, should it wish to investigate this matter, could use its investigative powers to compel any information that had been redacted if it deemed it material to any potential investigation. Furthermore, the Auditor General of Canada, who is an independent officer of Parliament appointed by Parliament, raised her own concerns about the production of documents in the motion adopted by the House. In her response to the request from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, the Auditor General stated, and I quote, "I share the view that Commissioner Duhem expressed to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts on June 18, 2024, that the OAG has a strong working relationship with the RCMP that is grounded in a well-established process to access information in our audit files. This is important because of the rights established in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that apply to criminal proceedings, and because the courts play an important role in ensuring that information obtained by law enforcement respects those rights. In the past, the RCMP has obtained production orders to ensure that information from the OAG has been obtained legally and can be used when a criminal prosecution is launched. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, this is precisely the approach that is being taken by the government. If the government is of the view that activities may be of a criminal nature, the government has and will always ensure that any information that may be material to criminal investigation is forwarded to the RCMP. That is how our system works. There are separate branches of government for very good reason. The Auditor General states this clearly with respect to its relationship with law enforcement, and I quote, "Where the OAG is of the view that activities may be of a criminal nature, we promptly inform the RCMP. As we did not reach this conclusion in our audit of SDTC, we did not engage with the RCMP about our audit findings before my report was presented to Parliament. Based on recent communications with the RCMP about this order, we confirmed that the RCMP would seek a production order before requesting any documents should they deem them necessary to any investigation. This would be consistent with well-established practice." End of quote. While the government understands that the Speaker does not rule on questions of law or on the appropriate functions of other branches of government, it is for the House to pronounce itself with restraint in such matters. Many members of this House have legal training and know the divisions of power between the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches of government. This is the bedrock upon which our democracy operates. To blur these boundaries is irresponsible and, quite frankly, reckless. Mr. Speaker, we are in uncharted territory with this matter. I have made the case that the House has exceeded its authority in ordering the production of documents, not for its own use or the use of members of Parliament, but rather exclusive to and for the use of a third party. I hope that the Speaker will consider this point very carefully. Should you agree that the proposition before the House does in fact exceed the authority of the House, I submit that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee should undertake a study to determine the appropriateness of motions that order the production of documents that are not for the express purpose of informing the House and its members, rather to be used as an instrument to refer documents to organizations that are outside the jurisdiction of the legislative branch of government. Procedural authorities clearly suggest that the privileges of members and of this House relate to its own proceedings within the ambit of the legislative branch and cannot exceed the powers and jurisdiction of this branch of government. This principle is clearly articulated on page 190 of the second edition of Magot's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, and I quote, "The only limitations, which could only be self-imposed, would be that any inquiry should relate to a subject within the legislative competence of Parliament, particularly where witnesses and documents are required and the penal jurisdiction of Parliament is contemplated. This dovetails with the right of each House of Parliament to summon and compel the attendance of all persons within the limits of their jurisdictions." End of quote. However, even if the motion were to be considered within the authority of the House, which I submit that it is not, the appropriate course of action in the handling of this matter, if you find a prima facie question of privilege, would be to limit the motion proposed by the member of Regina Capel to refer this unusual matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for study. This would provide an opportunity for members of that committee who are well versed in parliamentary privilege to call witnesses and experts who may help shed light on this matter and report back to the House with its findings. This is entirely consistent with the approach that Speaker Milliken took in his decision on the Afghan detainee documents on April 27, 2010, where he provided the parties some time to discuss the issue and find a resolution. Sending the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee would do just that. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to table in both official languages the two letters that I cited in my intervention, the letter from the RCMP Commissioner to the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel, as well as the letter from the Auditor General to the Clerk of the House of Commons. Thank you.
I thank the Government House Leader and as well as for the Honourable Member for La Prairie for their interventions. on this question of privilege, which was raised first by the member for Regina Capel. I appreciate also that they both came back to the House in a relatively short order of time so that the chair can move quickly with an assessment as to whether or not there is a prima facie case. The chair will take some time to review the material that has been brought forward by the Honourable Government House Leader and by the Honourable Member from La Prairie, and I will try to get back to the House at the shortest possible, soonest possible occasion. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 15 minutes. Alors, je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that because of the recorded division, government orders will be extended by 15 minutes.
Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I wish to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Oxford, Mental Health and Addictions. 2, the Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, Taxation. And 3, the Honourable Member for Nunavut, Northern Affairs.
Orders of the day first.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-66, Military Justice System Modernization Act, bill standing in the name of the Minister of National Defense.
Mr. Blair, seconded by Ms. Valdez, moves that Bill C-66, an act to amend the National Defense Act and other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on National Defense. Debate. The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you've indicated, I have the privilege today to begin debate on the second reading of Bill C-66, the Military Justice System Modernization Act. And if I may, I'd like to begin by first acknowledging and thanking the thousands of witnesses and advocates and survivors who have generously and courageously offered their advice and their experience on the important matters that are before us in this bill. I would also like to commend the important work and advice of Madam Justice Arbour and Justice Fish for the advice that they have provided that has so well informed this work. And if I may, I also would like to take the opportunity to thank the dedicated members of the Canadian Armed Forces, the Department of National Defence, the Department of Justice, and my ministry for their tireless work on this important bill. Mr. Speaker, every single day in Canada and around the world, Department of National Defence public service employees and Canadian Armed Forces members go to work in service of their country and their fellow citizens. And as the international rules that keep us all safe have come under increased threat, their task is crucial and their ability to respond to global challenges is becoming even more important. And to effectively do their jobs, D&D public service employees and CAF members must feel protected, respected, and empowered to serve. And in other words, changing the culture at D&D and CAF is not just simply the right thing to do, it's also essential to the readiness and operational effectiveness of our institution. Mr. Speaker, from the very first day I was appointed as Canada's Minister of National Defence, I have tried to make it very clear that my most important responsibility is to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces members come to work in an environment that it fosters and enables their excellence. They must be provided with a work environment where they feel safe and supported while they do the critical work of protecting our nation and its people. And that includes that no one at National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces is subjected to harassment, misconduct, or discrimination. And it includes ensuring that all of our members have access to justice. Our people, after all, must be always at the heart of everything we do. They protect Canadians here at home, they defend our sovereignty, and they respond to natural disasters that keep Canadians safe. They stand on the eastern flank of NATO. They train Ukrainians with the skills they need to fight and win. And they work with our partners to ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific. It is our responsibility to protect our people in uniform and the civilians that support them. And to do so, we need to modernize our military justice system in order to rebuild trust in it. And that's precisely, Mr. Speaker, what Bill C-66 aims to do. It proposes a suite of amendments to the National Defence Act to bolster confidence in the military justice system for all of our people. Let me share with you, if I may, some of the key changes that the bill proposes. After months of work, hundreds of interviews, and the review of thousands of documents, former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour provided our government with 48 recommendations to build a more inclusive military where all members feel protected, respected, and empowered to serve. We must and we will implement all of these recommendations. In December of 2022, my predecessor, now the President of the Treasury Board, directed National Defence to move forward on all 48 of Justice Arbour's recommendations and issued a detailed plan on how we will take action in response to each of them. And since then, we have made some very important and tangible progress. To date, approximately 20 of these recommendations have been implemented, and we are currently on track to address all 48 of the recommendations by the end of the next year. Recommendation 5 is the only recommendation from Justice Arbour that requires that it be implemented through legislation. And so, this legislation proposes to address Recommendation 5 by removing the jurisdiction of the Canadian Armed Forces over criminal code sexual offences committed in Canada. This legislation will give exclusive jurisdiction over these offences to the civilian justice system. Justice Arbour made this recommendation for a very clear reason. She stated that concurrent jurisdiction, and that is jurisdiction that is both in the military and civilian justice system over such offences, has, and I quote, had the opposite effect to that which was intended. It has not increased discipline, efficiency, or morale, and it has not generated the confidence that it would need. Rather, it has contributed to an erosion of public and CAF member confidence. Madam Arbour went on to highlight the urgency of ending concurrent jurisdiction to give clarity and certainty to all actors in the justice system and to ensure fairness and justice to survivors. Under this proposed legislation, the Canadian Armed Forces would no longer have jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute any criminal code sexual offences committed in Canada. Instead, that jurisdiction would rest exclusively with civilian authorities. Bill C-66 also addresses 8 of the recommendations from former Supreme Court Justice Fish, third independent review. It proposes to modify the appointment process for key military justice authorities to remove any real or perceived influence from the chain of command. It also proposes to expand the eligibility criteria for military judges to include non-commissioned members so that we can help diversify the pool of potential candidates. And it proposes to expand the class of persons who could make an interference complaint to the Military Police Complaints Commission. In addition to addressing the recommendations from Justice Arbour and Fish, Bill C-66 also takes additional steps to ensure the confidence and integrity of our military justice system. It proposes to exclude military judges from the summary hearing system, and it proposes to provide additional supports for survivors by expanding access to victim liaison officers to individuals acting on behalf of the victim under the Declaration of Victims' Rights. Mr. Speaker, these proposed amendments are comprehensive, as they are required to be, and they incorporate the feedback and the needs of those who have been directly affected by sexual misconduct. The Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture has conducted engagements with over 16,000 National Defence personnel and Canadian Armed Forces members, as well as external stakeholders, in order to listen and to learn from their experience. We have also consulted with current and former D&D and CAF personnel, including those affected by conduct deficiencies of a sexual nature, harassment of a sexual nature, crimes of a sexual nature, victim advocacy groups, and military justice actors. In these consultations, we have heard overwhelmingly about the need for concrete, durable military justice reform in order to maintain trust in the system. And we have heard clear support for removing CAF jurisdiction of criminal code sexual offences committed in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we've heard the voices of our people loudly and clearly. We've listened and we have acted. We now know as well that there is much more work to do, but we are making concrete and measurable progress. In Bill C-66, we believe this is an important step in a journey designed to achieve durable and lasting institutional reform, and I hope that every member of this House will support this crucial legislation. Mr. Speaker, while I have the floor, let me also address some of the other work that we're doing to better support our people and to give them the procedural fairness and access to justice that they deserve. Since December of 2021, 100% of all new criminal code sexual offences charges have been laid in our civilian justice system. No new criminal code sexual offences are being adjudicated within the military justice system. In June of 2022, Bill C-77 came into force, which established the Declaration of Victims' Rights. And that includes the creation of victims' liaison officers to better assist victims in understanding and accessing their rights. We've developed a military-wide on-land brief on victims' rights in the summary hearing process in order to promote awareness of changes in the military justice system so that victims, witnesses, and military justice actors know exactly what to do when an incident of misconduct occurs. And in Budget 2022, we allocated over $100 million over 6 years to support the modernization of the military justice system, as well as other cultural change efforts. We are also making progress in implementing the recommendations that have been made by Justices Arbour and Justice Fish. Members of the Canadian Forces can now take their complaints for sexual harassment or the discrimination on the basis of sex directly to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. This is precisely in line with the recommendations 7 and 9 made from Justice Arbour. We've addressed recommendation 11 from Justice Arbour by repealing the duty to report regulations. We've addressed recommendation 14 by agreeing to reimburse eligible legal costs for those who have been affected by sexual misconduct. And we are also implementing recommendation 20 from Justice Arbour's report. We announced in our North Strong and Free that we are going to establish a probationary period to enable faster enrollment of applicants and, where necessary, timely removal of those who do not adhere to our requirements of conduct. We've also strengthened the promotion process for senior leaders to better assess character, talent, and competence. And in response to recommendation 29, I have also appointed the Canadian Military Review Board. This board is focused on reviewing the current quality of education, socialization, and military training that takes place at our colleges. And I have been sufficiently clear that their cultures need to change significantly. And we've launched an online database to make our conduct and cultural research and policies more open and accessible, also in line with recommendation 45 from Justice Arbour. And as we deliver these meaningful reforms, we are committed to the highest standards of openness and accountability. That's precisely why we appointed Madame Jocelyn Therrien in the role of external monitor. Her role is critically important. She is overseeing the implementation of all of Justice Arbour's recommendations and providing Canadians and public progress reports on a regular updating basis. In fact, Madame Therrien released her third biannual report earlier this year in May. It notes our progress on bringing about the change that will reestablish trust in the Canadian Armed Forces as a professional, inclusive workplace. But also, she identified that there's a lot more work to do and that we have to move faster. I want to express my gratitude for Madame Therrien's work and her honest assessment as we continue building a more respectful and inclusive institution. Mr. Speaker, in order to help drive these efforts, we have also developed the comprehensive implementation plan to prioritize and sequence our work right across the National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces portfolio to address the recommendations from Justice Arbour and Fish, as well as the Minister's Advisory Panel on Anti-Racism Report and the National Apology Advisory Committee Board, which was developed to provide recommendations for Canada's historic apology for the descendants of the No. 2 Construction Battalion. We will continue working on all fronts because it is critical to the well-being of our people and for CAF's operational effectiveness. As I said at the very outset of my remarks, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to building a workplace culture where every member of the National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces feels protected, supported, respected, and empowered to serve. Our commitment to building a better military culture is highlighted by our updated defence policy, our North Strong and Free. It is evident in our Canadian Armed Forces ethos, trusted to serve. And in these documents, we have made it very clear that conduct deficiencies, harassment, discrimination, and violence in any form must not be allowed to develop or remain within our institution because they cause deep harm to our people. They fundamentally undermine our mandate, our mission, and our effectiveness. And they erode the trust that Canadians place in us. So we're working hard to build a more modern, inclusive military culture in which Canadians from all walks of life can serve their country. And that work is being led by the Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture, or the CPCC. This office was created in 2021. The CPCC serves as the single authority for professional conduct and culture at National Defence. This position was initially led by General Jenny Carignan, and of course now it is being led by Lieutenant General Paul Privon, as General Carignan is our new Chief of Defence. It has consulted with 16,000 D&D personnel, Canadian Forces members, and external stakeholders, and those consultations has deeply informed our work and it's enabled us to better understand the lived experiences of our people. It's enabled us to proceed on our cultural change work from a place of knowledge, understanding, support, and compassion. Cultural change requires a systemic, sustained, and continuing effort. It is not just the right thing to do. It's the smart thing to do. It's essential to our operational effectiveness. We will continue to listen and to learn from people across national defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. We'll continue to work with external stakeholders and partners as we work towards building a safer and more inclusive work environment. I believe, Mr. Speaker, we are making real and tangible progress. But as I've said several times, there's always much more work to do. And at the same time as we modernize our military justice system and change our culture, we also need to ensure that survivors of sexual assault and misconduct always get the support, the care, the respect, compassion, and resources that they need. Much of that work comes from the Sexual Misconduct Support and Resource Centre. This is a centre, Mr. Speaker, which is independent of the chain of command. It provides expert advice, guidance, and recommendations to the military and national defence on all matters related to sexual misconduct. And that includes a 24/7 support line where members can receive confidential support, information on options, guidance on supporting others, as well as referral to care and service operations. It also runs the Response and Support Coordination Program to provide individuals who have experienced sexual misconduct in the DND and CAF environment with a dedicated civilian counselor who can help them access health services, prepare for police interviews, and very much more. The Sexual Misconduct Support and Resource Centre also runs a grant program to fund community-based programs to broaden the range of support services that will be available to the wider defence community. It offers peer support programs and partnerships with Veterans Affairs Canada. Mr. Speaker, we've got more work to do to support those affected by misconduct. That's why last year we launched the Independent Legal Assistance Program, which will provide reimbursement of eligible legal expenses incurred on or after April 1st, 2019 as a result of sexual misconduct in the DND CAF environment. That's actually in line Justice Arbor's recommendation 14, and we have responded. This program is also working towards facilitating direct access to legal information, legal advice, and legal representation. Mr. Speaker, the work that I have outlined today is comprehensive in scope, but we need to do more, and we will do more. It's a very important step in that doing more is passing this legislation. Doing more is going to give exclusive jurisdiction over criminal code of sexual offences in Canada to the civilian justice system, exactly as Madam Arbor has recommended. Because we need to give clarity and certainty to victims and survivors. We need to build a more modern military justice system that can maintain the confidence of the people it serves. And by getting this done, I believe we will improve the operational effectiveness of our armed forces. Getting this done will help us attract and retain even more talented Canadians from right across the country. It will show them that as members of our military, they have access to a fair and modern justice system and reliable resources if they ever suffer harm. And above all else, this is the right thing to do for our people, for our military, and for our country. I believe it will help us rebuild the trust that may have been lost. It will keep our people safer and better supported, and it will help to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces have the culture, the people, the institutions, and all of the support and resources they need to keep this country safe now and in the decades to come. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister tabling Bill C-66 here at second reading. Conservatives will be supporting Bill C-66, but we do want to send it to committee. We know that it needs to be thoroughly studied. We want to make sure that it's going to work for victims. We want to hear from stakeholders, military justice experts, and CAF itself to ensure that it is the appropriate action it's taking. My question to the Minister, though, is that, you know, since this government came to power 9 long years ago, here we are at the dying days of this Parliament and of this government, and they are finally bringing forward something that they knew was a problem. In 2015, Madame Deschamps, former Chief Justice Deschamps, brought forward a report that sat on the desk of the former Chief of Defence Staff, John Vance, and on the former Minister of Defence, who is now the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, for years, and they did nothing with it. And then they actually, Mr. Speaker, covered up the sexual misconduct by the former Chief of Defence Staff, John Vance. They even stalled our committee from doing an investigation in why there was a cover-up from the Prime Minister's office, by Katie Telford, and by the former Minister of National Defence. Why did they allow that to happen, and why didn't they act then to address the problems that we had in the Canadian Armed Forces and protecting the victims of sexual misconduct?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me say that I'm very gratified to hear that the member opposite, my critic in defence, but also the Conservative Party, will support the passage at second reading of Bill C-66. I think it's absolutely essential that we move forward with all speed. We all have a shared responsibility, and I believe every single member of this House cares about the men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, and I believe that we all know that we have to work together in order to ensure that they have a safe, respecting and supportive work environment. I would very much like to get this bill to committee, and because I very much respect the work of committee, but I'm very gratified to hear of your support. I also feel a great sense of urgency. I think this is an important bill. As I said, on the very first day I was appointed to this position, I tried to explain to the D&D and to Canadians that this was among my greatest responsibilities, to make sure that we support and find every possible way to support all of the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. I believe that's a value that everybody in this shares, and I'll wait respectively to hear from our friends from the other parties, but I believe that it is very much in the best interest of Canadian Armed Forces members and members of the D&D, and for all Canadians, that we move forward with all diligence and speed to get this bill passed. We've got work to do. Let's do it together.
Question et commentaire à l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for St. Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. My question may be a bit like the previous question. We know that since 2015, there's been an issue of sexual misconduct, and in fact, that was reported on, and that inspired Justice Arbour, who also said, why am I being contacted now? This has already been done. The question was raised in March, and now it's September for second reading of this bill, so it took some time. And the bill has to do primarily with sexual misconduct, but we know that there are complaints of other kinds that are being made. And if the work had been a bit earlier on sexual misconduct, then perhaps we could be at another stage by now, working on other types of complaints, which have also led to discontent among members of the armed forces. And so that's causing problems with retention and recruitment currently. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I want to thank the member for her comment and her question. I also feel a sense of urgency. We have to get this done. We have made very significant progress in response to all of Arbor's recommendations. We've also published a comprehensive implementation plan, which is available to all members of this House, to give a very clear outline of the work that we are undertaking and will continue to do to get this done. There is only the one recommendation contained in Arbor's recommendations that actually requires legislative changes, and as you know, Mr. Speaker, we introduced that legislation back in March to bring forward, and this is our first opportunity to debate it. And I believe absolutely that we have the ability together to work on this important matter together and to get it to committee, and I believe the committee will add great value to this discussion. They'll have an opportunity to hear from witnesses and to move this forward. But in the interest of serving all of the men and women who have served or continue to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, the Department of National Defence, and frankly in the Canadians' interest as well, I think it does require us to put our heads down together and go get this job done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for bringing this legislation together. New Democrats will be supporting it into second reading into the committee as well, because we know how important this legislation is. However, what I heard over the summer from many of the survivors of military sexual trauma is that while, and the minister quoted it, that the work of Louise Arbour was incredible and that consultation was very much needed. However, that was the work that she had done. And the work that the government had done was not to consult survivors, and they were very concerned that, in fact, they felt left out of this process in terms of the consultation on this piece of legislation. And I would very much like to hear from the Minister about the explanation on that gap that seems to have occurred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister, National Defence.
Thank you very much for the question. And again, my personal thanks for your and your party's support to allow this bill to move forward. I think that's important. It'll allow us to get some work done. And with respect to consultation, as I've indicated, and as Madam Justice Arbour reported, she did do a fairly extensive consultation in which she talked to hundreds of survivors, advocates, witnesses, that provided her with advice, and I think her recommendations are a really clear roadmap of the path forward, and we have been well informed by those. But I also want to assure you that our chief of defense, in her previous role, conducted very extensive consultations. She advises me that she spoke to 16,000 people, not just members of the Canadian Armed Forces, although there were many, not just members of D&D, but also with advocates and with survivors and witnesses, and there was a very extensive consultation. But I also hear you, because I've heard the same thing. There are some people who have not yet felt that they have been heard. And I think that we are presented with a real opportunity in committee to give those people another forum where they can come forward and share their experiences and their opinions with the committee. But I also would hope that you would engage with our Chief of Defense, who did oversee the consultation with over 16,000 people, and so that she can share with you the results of those consultations. I don't think you could ever do enough to listen to the lived experience. They need to know that they have been heard. We have tried very hard to hear, and I know that there's no universal consensus on exactly the right way forward, but we have been informed by the excellent report of Justice Arbour, also by the excellent report of Justice Fish. We have listened to literally thousands of people who've come forward and offered their opinion, their lived experiences, and their advice. Our work has been informed by that experience and that advice, but I would welcome the committee taking even further steps to continue in that consultation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister, Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for putting forward this important legislation. And I do want to give a shout out to all of our veterans and obviously those who've served and who continue to serve our country, especially Mississauga-Streetsville Legion 139. While serving on the Veterans Committee, and I think there's a few of us in this room who were able to be on that committee, we heard many different testimony, especially when we did the women's study and all the testimony and of course for those who experienced sexual misconduct and how traumatizing those experiences were. My honourable colleague talked about trust and how vitally important trust is. So through these reforms that he's putting forward, I'd like if my honourable colleague can share how these reforms can really continue to build trust with those who continue to serve our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With the whole 40 seconds left, the Honourable Minister of Defence.
Thank my colleague for the question and her concern. I believe that trust for every member of the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence in their workplace, that their rights will be protected, that they will be respected, is absolutely essential. It's why in this bill we're trying to make very clear that all members of the military justice system will be independent in their actions so that they're not going to be taking direction from the chain of command. They also need to know they're going to be treated with fairness, respect, and compassion. They also need to know that they're going to have access to services. I think our responsibility, all of us, is to show respect and that we have heard their concerns. We have a responsibility to every man and woman who serves in the Canadian Armed Forces to make sure that they have a respectful, supportive work environment and to treat them with the dignity and respect that each one of them deserves. I think this was going to help us in that. But we've got a job to do to make sure that we explain exactly what our rationale is. And so there's been a great deal of consultation, but there's more work to do.
Before going to the next speaker, I just want to remind colleagues that we run our questions and our answers through the chair and not try to refer to individual members with, of course, that word we're not supposed to use here as much as possible is, of course, the word you, and I know they got used a bunch of times in our debate. I know the Honourable Minister was thinking about me, but I know they was looking at someone else. So there you go. But I want to thank the Honourable Member for that presentation, of course, and the questions and comments. But now we go on to the next member for resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just point out on that the minister actually used his personal name in the name of the bill, Bill C-66. So, you know what? It's always an honor to be able to stand in this House and to speak for the brave women and men who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. As Conservatives, we are proud of our soldiers, sailors, and air crew, and we want to support all in uniform who serve Canada. Now, we believe that sexual misconduct, discrimination, racism, and other forms of harassment must be stomped out from the Canadian Armed Forces, because all military members deserve to have a safe and respectful workplace. It's hard enough to do the dangerous work that we call upon them to do. We know, Mr. Speaker, that they take on incredible danger in addressing the conflicts around the world and the domestic responses they have to natural disaster right here in Canada. Now, I have to say that the previous Conservative government, and we're talking 9 years ago, but we accepted all recommendations from the Deschamps report to eliminate all sexual harassment from the Canadian Armed Forces. And that report, as I already asked the minister about, sat on the desk of the former Chief of Defence Staff, Jonathan Vance, and on the desk of the former Minister of Defence, who is now the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, and the seatmate of the current Minister of National Defence. It sat on their desk and collected dust. And here we are, 9 years later, that they're finally moving forward with legislative changes to the military justice system. And I'd say that we can't trust these Liberals to actually implement the policies needed to stop sexual assault and sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces when you look at their soft on crime policies that they instituted in our criminal code and our criminal justice system in the civil courts that we have from coast to coast to coast. And after 9 long years, this Liberal government and 2 more reports from 2 more former Superior Court justices, the victims of sexual misconduct within the military still have no answers, and they are not having their cases dealt with properly. Now, as I said earlier, we support Bill C-66. We want to get it to committee. We know that it needs vigorous study. We know we need to hear from witnesses, both experts and academics that are familiar with the National Defence Act and the military justice system, but also we have to hear from victims. We have to hear from those that serve in the Canadian Armed Forces and other stakeholders, including the legal community, the provincial governments and other municipal courts, who are going to be forced to handle the investigations, the collection of evidence, and the prosecution within our court systems already that are overrun because of the soft on crime policies that this Liberal government have brought forward. So because we have these outstanding issues on whether or not there is capacity within the civilian court system to handle what's coming from the Canadian Armed Forces, we know that the biggest problem why they're overrun is because of the soft on crime approach, the allowing people to get out on bail, and these repeat offenders just keep going out and reoffending, and that's why Conservatives, we always say jail, not bail. And by doing that, not only are we taking those dangerous offenders and repeat offenders off our streets and making our communities safer, but we're going to be able to free up more resources within the court system to deal with things like sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces. We have to say that we are wondering some of the logic here within Bill C-66. What it is proposing to do is to take the investigation and prosecution of sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces outside of the military itself for any offences that occur within Canada, and you're going to move that into the civilian system, whether it's municipal or provincial police departments or even the federal police department and with the RCMP in some jurisdictions. And you're going to see the skills and ability of our military police and our criminal prosecutors within the Office of the Judge Advocate General atrophy and deteriorate. And yet, within the Bill C-66, whenever our troops are deployed out of Canada, we are still going to be sitting with a situation where they are going to be the lead investigators and the lead prosecutors, as well as the defendants, as we know that happens within the military justice system, that they have both prosecutors and defenders to provide the balance of justice to those that are accused and those that are plaintiffs. But if they're not good enough to prosecute sexual misconduct and investigate sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces when it happens here in Canada, how do we know that we can trust them for out of Canada? I know I do, but I wonder if the minister is at all concerned about the atrophy of those skills and at both the prosecutor level and the investigative level for our military police, if they're not getting the repetitions. It's just like exercise. You got to do it over and over again. The other concern that we have is about the new governor and council appointments. There is now going to be, so currently, the governor and council, being cabinet, the prime minister, the PMO, appoints the chief of defense staff, the deputy minister, the veterans, or not the veterans, the Canadian Armed Forces and National Defense Ombudsman, and the Judge Advocate General are all ordering councils, and they all report to the Minister of National Defense. And now we're going to add more governor and council appointments. The Director of Military Prosecution, the Director of Defense Council, and the Provost Marshal General. So that will increase independence, but there's questions along the terms and lengths of those appointments. There's no consistency. There's no consistency with other governor and council appointments that we have both in the civil system within the bureaucracy and within other government appointments, or the other ones that are appointed under the National Defense Act. And there's no clarification or clear way of how you reappoint those individuals. There's even been questions raised whether or not by having these three new governor and council appointments that right now report to the JAG makes having the Judge Advocate General actually irrelevant and their position undermined because of directives that can come from the minister. We're also very concerned that this is going to increase political interference. And we've already witnessed this with this government. Because giving the power to the Minister of National Defense to not only have control over more individuals within the Canadian Armed Forces, but you're also giving more the power to issue guidelines under Bill C-66 in respect to prosecutions, that what opens the door to that political interference. And all you have to do is look at some of the cases that this government has already politically put pressure on to have them move to the civilian system. Vice Admiral Mark Norman. And you look how that came about. Of course, those charges were all stayed. And there was a legal settlement paid out by the Government of Canada to Vice Admiral Mark Norman for their witch hunt on what happened to him. You know, if you look at other ones here, Jonathan Vance, former Chief of Defense Staff. And in that situation, they didn't charge him for sexual misconduct. They actually charged him for obstruction of justice. You look at the next one I touch on is Admiral Hart MacDonald. Again, a political appointment by the government, the Liberal government. And again, his Chief of Defense Staff then came to light that there was some misconduct in his background. They went to prosecute, but those charges were all dropped by the military prosecution office. Major General Danny Fortin, he was acquitted by the Quebec judicial system when, pressure coming from the Liberals on national defense and Canadian Armed Forces to move it to the civil system. So here he is getting off. All we're doing is destroying these people's reputation, and from a victim standpoint, they're not getting any justice. Lieutenant General Trevor Cadeau, his cases were stayed by the Ontario Justice Department. We just had Vice Admiral Hayden Edmondson found not guilty in the Ontario justice system. And, that one there was just ruled on earlier this week, and it was found that a CBC reporter actually tampered with a witness. and it was all the testimony was thrown out. And then the last one I have here is Lieutenant General Steve Whalen, and again, the charges were dropped by military prosecutors, and Lieutenant General Steve Whalen has filed a statement of claim. So, you know, when you look at all of this, you know that you have a situation where the political pressure from this Prime Minister and the Minister of National Defence on national defence to move these into the civilian court system doesn't automatically result in justice for the victims. It actually turns into situations where we have liability because of the increased defamation of characters of individuals who have served this country for long and hard years as military leaders. Now, and we know that, you know, on the General Jonathan Vance, as the former Chief of Defence Staff, that when we studied this at the National Defence Committee for 3 months, the Liberal chair kept adjourning the committee and refused to let us hear from witnesses and from experts and from victims about the cover-up that happened when the victims came forward about Jonathan Vance. The news stories broke, and it came to light that we had in the former Minister of National Defence, Minister of Emergency Preparedness, that they went to great lengths to block the investigation, to turn a blind eye. The Prime Minister was involved in that, and you know, unfortunately, the only committee that was able to give any type of report was the status of women, and the Conservatives said at that report it became abundantly clear that there has been a lack of leadership by the Defence Minister on the issue of sexual misconduct in the armed forces. And of course, instead of finishing the report and getting down to the bottom of this, we had an election called, Parliament prorogued, and the report died. So the Liberals had lots of opportunities here to act earlier than 2024. They had lots of reports they could have relied on. As I mentioned, the 2015 Deschamps report. In 2018, the Auditor General did a report on inappropriate sexual behavior in the Canadian Armed Forces and updated that report, the National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces Ombudsman report on sexual misconduct in 2021. We had the Justice Fish report, which is a very extensive report, you know, hundreds of recommendations. And then there was also, from the Status of Women Committee here on Parliament, the 2021 Eliminating Sexual Misconduct Within the Canadian Armed Forces. And what did we have? Indecision, dithering, delays, and let's punt this down the road to 2024. And meanwhile, while all this is happening, sexual misconduct, sexual harassment, sexual violence has escalated. And as I said before, we're trying to push all of this now out of any sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces on base and here in Canada. And since 2015, over the last long 9 years of this Liberal government, we have seen total sexual assaults at all 3 levels increase 74.83%. Sexual violence in Canada, and this is all Canadians, sexual violence against children has increased 118.85%. Forcible confinement or kidnapping is up 10.6%. Indecent and harassing communications up 86.41%. Non-consensual distribution of intimate images up 801%. And trafficking in persons is up 83.7%. These are huge numbers that are dominating the work of our civil judicial system, whether it is in defendants and prosecutors and municipal and provincial and federal police forces. And now we're going to throw back in there an increase in sexual misconduct that we're seeing at National Defence. Over the last 5 years, sexual misconduct reports have increased from 256 to 443. That's an increase of 73% that has happened under the watch of this Liberal government, who have turned a blind eye to this problem and failed to act in an appropriate manner. But, you know, I don't think we should be surprised by this at all, Mr. Speaker, because this is a Liberal government that has failed our Canadian Armed Forces. They have failed our brave women and men who are the best of the best that Canada has to offer. They go through some of the roughest training. They get screened from a medical and a health perspective before they're ever allowed to don the uniform. And this government, for 9 long years, has allowed our Canadian Armed Forces to fall into complete disrepair. Our warships are rusting out, our fighter jets are worn out, the Army has been hollowed out, and we're so short of soldiers, sailors, and aircrew that all of our troops are burnt out. We've got entire air squadrons now that have been shut down because we don't have enough personnel, whether it's pilots or maintainers, to keep our fighter jets in the air. Our submarines are barely in the water. All the order paper questions that we get back is that, we're lucky if we can put 1 submarine in the water for 100 days a year. That's 4 submarines combined. Like that is embarrassing. How do you maintain skills if you don't have the opportunity to train and practice alongside our allies and protecting our shorelines from other submarines? When the Liberals announced their defense policy, SSE, back in 2017, I said it was a book of empty promises then. And if you look at their track record, it is still an empty book of promises now. And the defense policy update was a year late, and again, fails to make a strong investment in the Canadian Armed Forces. In fact, after they brought forward their defense policy update, they cut $1 billion from the budget. That's affecting the operational readiness of our Canadian Armed Forces. Over $10 billion has gone unspent, uninvested in the Canadian Armed Forces. And that means that the delivery of much needed equipment is getting there later, and that our troops are getting tired of operating on old, worn out equipment. They don't feel safe. They don't feel respected. They don't feel that they are honored by this government. And that's why we are today short 16,000 troops in the reserves and regular forces. That is a shocking number to start with, but because we are so short of troops, we're also short of the guys that go out there, and when I say guys, I mean the ladies and the gentlemen, who are kind of the middle management, the corporals, the master corporals, the sergeants, sergeant majors, that go out there and train our forces. And we right now have over 10,000 undertrained and undeployable members who are in uniform. But we can't dare send them out because they don't have all the skill set that they need to do the job that we want to. And so that, because of that, and this is, the government's own number, but our military has been hauled out so bad that only 58% of our forces are ready to deploy, that stand ready. And that, again, is a huge embarrassment. One of the things that's really undermining our troops is that, at home and abroad, they've been left out in the cold, literally. We have a housing shortage of 6,700 housing units. The government has only budgeted $8 million to build homes over the next 5 years. Last year, they only built 20 homes for our Canadian Armed Forces members, and the year before that was only 18. 38 new homes doesn't make up for the 6,700 home housing unit shortage that we have right now, and that's why so many of our guys are living unhoused. They are living in tents, they are couch surfing, and sometimes in precarious situations. So I'll close with this, Mr. Speaker. The next Conservative government will rebuild the Canadian Armed Forces by cutting down on the bureaucracy and the wasteful spending on unnecessary consultants. We've got people in the Canadian Armed Forces and within the Department of National Defence that can do that job. We'll reduce that tail and invest it in the tooth of our military. We're going to take the taxpayer money that is going to foreign dictatorships and despots and reinvest that into the Canadian Armed Forces. We will spend more on the Canadian Armed Forces than they ever hoped to. And we'll make the Canadian Armed Forces stronger and ensure they have the equipment they need. We'll restore the honor and integrity of our military heroes that Canadians can be proud of. And we're going to reverse all of the liberal woke culture that experiment they've been carrying on, and instead we're going to support the warfighters of the Canadian Armed Forces, Mr. Speaker, so that they can proudly serve and proudly defend and proudly fight alongside our allies when they're called upon.
Comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me admire the hubris of the member opposite. When he sat in government and his then government reduced defense spending to less than 1% of GDP, he sat there and went along with it. And as well, Mr. Speaker, over the last 8 years, as we've more than doubled defense spending in Canada, every single time he voted against the dollars for it. Even when we brought forward money for a raise, for our well-deserved raise for our soldiers, sat there on his hands and voted against it. Mr. Speaker, deeds speak, and his actions and the actions of a Conservative government speak much louder than the empty talk we're hearing now. But, however, let me just get a couple of things, if I may comment on in his remarks. First of all, I've been involved in the criminal justice system most of my adult life, Mr. Speaker. I want to advise him that acquittal is not evidence of a dysfunctional justice system, and in fact, quite the opposite. It's actually proof that the system can work. I also want to address another misconception in his work. When we are eliminating concurrent jurisdiction and moving these sexual offenses into the civilian criminal justice system, it is not to suggest that our military police are not doing their job properly. They are excellent, and they do their work very ably. The change is not about the military police, Mr. Speaker. The change is about the victims, the perception of victims, of women and men who have been subject to sexual harassment and sexual assault in the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence, to make sure that they can trust that they don't have to go to their boss to report their victimization. They can seek justice and support independent of their work environment. That's how we create a safe, supportive, and respectful work environment for those people, Mr. Speaker, not by invoking somebody's very strange version of warrior culture. We're talking about treating all of the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces decently, respectfully, the way they deserve to be treated.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
That was a question and comment.
All right, the Honourable Member of Selkirk Interlagation.
That was the question. I'm entitled to respond to it. First and foremost, let's just remind if you actually look at what we bought and got delivered in a very short time for our Canadian forces when they were deployed and in theater, 5 brand new C-17s, a whole fleet of new HoC 130Js. The Liberals had thrown away our Leopard tanks, but guess what? We bought a whole new fleet of Leopard tanks. We upgraded all our LAVs and our frigates, and everything was in perfect fighting condition. And now we're in a situation where we don't have enough tanks to train on. We gave away all of our howitzers, and they didn't replace them. We have a situation where we can't actually deploy because our individuals here, outside of what we're doing in Lafayette, and we're doing good work in Lafayette, but outside of that theater, we're stretched thin. We couldn't deploy anybody to go down to Haiti to help bring justice there under this government because they got our troops so poorly equipped and so poorly trained at this point in time. They can't handle all of the workload that's coming at them when you're looking at such a shortage of staff. But I'll also say this. All you have to do is look at the track record on all the high-level cases that they've brought forward already, Mr. Speaker, that where is the justice for the victims when every court case was either stayed or the defendant was found not guilty. And in Jonathan Vance's case, it wasn't that he was charged for sexual misconduct or even abuse of authority of his position as CDS. He was charged with obstruction of justice.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague. He's the chair of the Defence Committee. Well, here for a speech. I'll just give him the time to wear his earpiece. He mentioned the importance of focusing on victims and their feedback about Bill C-66. It takes a lot of courage for a victim to testify publicly for this type of file. And I just have to remember what happened at the Status of Women Committee this summer about domestic violence. The Liberals and the Conservatives and the NDP were shocked to see victims leave the room crying. and only my bloc colleague from Shefford rose to the occasion and was respectful. As a victim, I would be doubly afraid to testify at committee, so I put this idea out. If we have to heal from potential victims in camera, would my colleague agree to that? The Honourable Member for Selkirk.
Mr. Speaker, as a father of 3 daughters, I want to make sure that any victim, male or female, that wants to come before our committee is treated with the utmost respect, and that the political partisanship that we often play would have no place in this study on this bill of C-66. We need to ensure that they have a safe place to help us do an analysis of Bill C-66. If we are in a situation where there is shortfalls within the legislation, if there are situations that need to be amended, then we need to hear from those victims, and we need to make sure they are feeling safe and welcomed and respected. And so I encourage all of our members of our National Defence Committee, and as Vice Chair and the former Chair of that committee, I can commit today that our members from the Conservative side will definitely respect all who appear. And this isn't about partisan one-upmanship, especially when we have those individuals in the room. This is about making sure that we get this right, that the military justice system is there to serve those who are already putting their lives on the line for this country, and ensuring that they have a safe and respectful workplace where they don't have to worry about being mistreated and sexually assaulted by any of their cohorts.
Questions and comments, and the member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly happy to hear that the Conservatives are in support of this bill to move to committee. Certainly when the sexual misconduct scandals first came out, the Conservatives were seemingly ready to talk about the real systemic cultural reforms that were needed, but we're seeing a change within the leadership of the Conservative Party, certainly under new management. They've talked about, and actually the member for Selkirk said it himself today, that there needs to be an end to this idea of woke culture. Now, there was a keynote speaker at the Conservative Party convention that downplayed the existence of sexual misconduct itself, which I found shameful. So I want to hear today from the Conservative member whether he will commit to that continued talk and support, as opposed to just pushing it aside and calling it woke culture when we're talking about women and men coming forward in this place, in this institution, to make the real change that they need against sexual misconduct.
Here, here. The honourable member for, we'll try that again, Selkirk into Lake Eastman.
First of all, I'd say this, that the Code of Service Discipline, the very ethos of the Canadian Armed Forces, holds up the issues of honour and integrity. And I think all of us would demand that all those who serve apply that to their daily lives, and that this situation of sexual misconduct should only happen, or only happens when those individuals are not following through on that ethos, and then are going to be subjected to the Code of Service Discipline and the Criminal Code. And so, you know, when we are talking about sexual misconduct, that has nothing to do with wokeness. This is about behavior that has to change, and that respect has to happen. What I'm talking about ending that woke culture and making sure that we get back, that we train war fighters. And I think that the stereotyping that has happened out there about our Canadian Armed Forces members in general has been detrimental. Because everybody that dons a uniform deserves to be respected. Everyone that goes out there, there's an expectation that they have a certain standard to meet. And that this bill, C-66, are for those that refuse to follow the code, and then they have to be subjected to the criminal code. And for that, we support 100%. And to my colleague from the NDP, I'll just say that, as I said to my friend in the block, we will be treating this with the utmost respect and balance that this conversation deserves, to ensure that those who come before committee feel safe, that they are going to be valued in their testimony, and that we're going to take that into serious consideration as we go forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to end the suspense by saying that the Bloc intends to vote in favor of the principle of this bill at second reading to be able to send it to committee. But I'd like to reiterate some of the comments I made with respect to the chronology that led to the bill being adopted and the relevance of debating it now. So it was mentioned with respect to sexual misconduct in the armed forces. It first came to light in 2015, so March 2015, under the Justice Duchamp. And there was also a series of other events that took place that I'll go back a bit later. And then Justice Fish made recommendations in April of 2021. And when we mandated Justice Arbor in the report she produced in 2020 to look at the potential reform in the CAF to end sexual misconduct, her answer was it was already done. It was already studied, and yet almost nothing was implemented to make change to the recommendations that were made by my predecessors. So it was only in March of this year, in 2024, that we tabled Bill C-66 at first reading. But now we're debating it at second reading. And it's not because there was a lack of work at the Defense Committee. There are several things that we're already looking at. And I'm somewhat worried about the confusion that there could be or files that are not less important than this one. I don't want to diminish their importance, but there are several issues that have to be dealt with. And even if a bill has to go through clause-by-clause study and usually goes through first as a priority, I'm afraid that we're going to get bogged down because there's the whole question of supply that is still problematic in the Canadian Armed Forces. There's always issues in terms of sleeping bags or light armored vehicles that pop up in the news, and it's a recurring issue, and then we hear more about it. So there's the whole question of military spending, even though there was an announcement that was made with the updating of the defense policy. There was new funds that were attributed, even though cuts were announced in September of last year. So there's a lack of resources in several areas. We haven't achieved the 2% target that we committed to in 2014. And so there are still ongoing issues in terms of capacity in our international operations. And there's a retention and recruitment issue and housing for Francophones, too, that cannot receive services in their mother tongue. And they also may talk about the evacuation in Afghanistan. In 2021, there was an evacuation, and the current minister is said to have given directives to prioritize members of the Afghan Sikh community to the detriment of Canadians and interpreters who had assisted Canada. And it's not the first time this minister did this. I'll go back to that perhaps later, because it's under him also that there was an issue with Jonathan Vance that was probably the most media, the file that was most talked about in the media, and military justice with respect to the case study for many other files that we haven't necessarily talked about in the media, but that still hamper the forces. So in spite of all this work that was done, or that could have been done, probably, that may be pushed aside because we want to work on C-66, which could have been brought forward much earlier, and that could have given us the opportunity to, finish. I'm not sure if you followed the news recently. We seem to have a sort of Damocles in front leaning over our heads with a potential election at any time. So there are still victims of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. So I do have a great deal of empathy for these victims, but I'm afraid that we won't be able to even though there's goodwill, we may not be able to get to the legislation. I'm not sure if it'll get to a third reading or then adoption in the Senate and a royal assent. We all agree, at least on the principle of it, though.
Another point that was made is that a number of people were consulted by Justice Arbour in the context of a much larger reform, if you will, of the armed forces. But it appears they weren't contacted specifically for the study of C-66. They weren't asked to comment on the fine print of the bill. And it will be difficult for victims to testify in public. And there may be victims who would like to meet with committee members to make some recommendations. They may have questions and suggestions. And I think it would be a good idea to do that. And I personally will commit to do that, to hear them confidentially, if only to hear from people who have lived through, unfortunately, the horrors of the military justice system being too close to those who are accused of wrongdoing. So I certainly would like to hear from them. On this bill specifically, there's a number of amendments that this bill would make, amendments that have to do with sexual misconduct. And as I said before, members of the armed forces have other types of complaints that this bill doesn't cover. And I understand that because it would have been such a big bill. It would have been impossible to include everything in one bill, but I would have preferred to have this one dealt with sooner so that we could move on to those other types of complaint. But I'm not going to go on at length about that. On the issue of sexual misconduct, the main change made by this bill is to follow through on recommendation number 5 in the Arbour report, which calls for the Canadian Armed Forces to lose all jurisdiction over the hearing of sexual assault complaints under the Criminal Code of Canada. Previously, the only cases that couldn't be ruled on by military justice were murder and homicide cases, as well as things to do with human trafficking and abduction. Now, there are more offenses that will not be available to the military justice system, including voyeurism, child pornography publications, all kinds of crimes of a sexual nature. Those will no longer be heard and adjudicated on internally within the military justice system. And these are changes that were long awaited and, in my opinion, could have been implemented a bit sooner. That's the biggest recommendation that comes out of the Arbour report, and it required legislation to be implemented. What doesn't change, on the other hand, and I think this is a good thing, is that members of the armed forces will still be able to gather evidence while awaiting the arrival of civilian authorities to investigate wrongdoing. Among the other recommendations included are those stemming from the Fish report. Justice Fish recommended or suggested a procedure for appointments of military justice authorities and recommended that it be changed to the Provost Marshal General, the Director of Military Prosecutions, and the Director of Defense Counsel Services, so that the process would become a political or a civilian process rather than a military one. Now, the government would choose those people instead of the Judge Advocate General, and so the process would be sheltered from any kind of undue influence, because if you'll recall, there was General Vance who had had sexual relations and then boasted about having full control over the military investigation, so much so that the victim couldn't successfully complain. And then another individual had to step down after complaints were made against him. So that was one of the recommendations Justice Fish made. There are a number of others. In fact, there are 8 other changes that are made by this bill, and I'll speak to them briefly. Recommendations 2, 7, 8, 10, 16, 14, 15, and 16. So the National Defense Act would be amended so that it wouldn't be the Governor and Council appointing military judges. And instead, it would be lawyers that had 10 years' experience at the bar of their provinces. So that change would exclude military judges from the summary hearings procedure. Summary hearings have more to do with minor disciplinary issues like going AWOL or mishandling equipment and so on. So those military charges previously could be adjudicated by military judges, but now those judges will be appointed by the government. They will no longer be able to rule on issues using a summary procedure. I understand the underlying reasoning, but I still think it would be interesting to hear from witnesses about that particular change, whether it's relevant or not, because one problem that stems from this change is that those summary proceedings will still be heard by unit commanders. It will still be a superior ruling on one of his or her subordinates. And that's rather summary justice. You can be found guilty in the absence of evidence to the contrary rather than presumed innocent. So that's something we might want to take a closer look at. Then there's recommendation 7 of Justice Fish's report that will be implemented. And the director, under that change, the Director of Military Prosecutions and Defense Counsel Services, they would recommend, the Minister of Justice would be able to make recommendations for penalty, for sentences up to 7 years. And the Judge Advocate General, under this bill, will be able to issue guidelines, will no longer be able to issue guidelines on prosecutions. And then there's recommendation 10, which recommends an amendment to the National Defense Act, which would provide for better respect for the independence of counsel, military counsel, both prosecution and defense counsel. And that would also bolster the independence of the Provost Marshal General. Recommendations 13 and 14 would have the recommendation as to who should be the Provost Marshal General. That would be a government appointment rather than a military appointment. So the whole idea of these changes is to make the process more civilian. The roles would be more watertight, if you will, rather than being internal to the Department of National Defense. Finally, there's recommendation 16 that I talked about, which would allow for any member of the armed forces to complain about, make an interference complaint and provide that a member of the military police must make such a complaint in certain circumstances. So that's if there's a case where an official interferes in the adjudication of a complaint, and that if that adversely affects various people, including the victim, for various types of offenses. As to the other recommendations that have been followed through on with this bill, there's a recommendation that members can become military judges. Previously, that role was reserved to higher-ranking officers. But what was happening previously was that there might have been middle-ranking members of the armed forces who have a better academic background than some officers and sometimes a more appropriate academic background to play that role of military judge. So now the pool of potential military judges will be much broader, and that should better reflect the current reality of the composition of the armed forces. So a larger pool can be will be available to choose military judges from. And finally, when it comes to less substantive modifications, there's the creation of the victim's liaison officer. So that would allow the victim to have a representative, a kind of a helper through the complaint process. And that person, the victim's representative, could speak for the victim. A victim's representative could deal with the liaison officer on the victim's behalf. So that's also a good change. And there's also an attempt to harmonize the sex offender information and publication ban provisions with amendments made to the Criminal Code and the Sex Offender Information Registration Act. So there was a bit of a code of silence around these things, and so this is an update that will bring these cases into line with the civilian procedures. I don't know how much time I have left, Madam Speaker. Okay, thanks very much. So as I was saying, this is a matter that we've been aware of for a very long time, the matter of sexual misconduct in the armed forces. And as I said, Justice Deschamps was commissioned to do a report in March 2015, and that's when the Chief of the Defense Staff, Jonathan Vance, was appointed. And even though there were already allegations hanging over his head, things were still going on, and they were sheltered from prosecution because the member for Vancouver South, who's the current Minister of Emergency Preparedness, had more or less turned a blind eye to the complaints that had been heard and to everything surrounding the appointment of Jonathan Vance. And that probably gave victims the feeling that nothing was going to change. And when you're a subordinate of a high-ranking official who offends against you, you'd never get justice. Unfortunately, that was the case for many long years. And C-66 will hopefully give victims a bit more confidence in the ability of the justice system to deliver justice. I certainly hope, above all, that that sense people have that there's impunity in the armed forces, that it's a boys' club, that sense, the feeling people have that you can get away with anything, hopefully that feeling will change, and hopefully that vicious circle will go away, because what happens is, because of that reputation, it's hard to retain and recruit new members, and you wind up with a smaller group of people in the armed forces, and unfortunately, there are very few young people entering the ranks with new visions, with new ideas, and those young people might be more likely to report misconduct. So the fish rots from the head out, and we can't just hope that things are going to change when new blood joins the ranks of the forces. We have to do something about it, and C-66 is a step in the right direction in that sense, and I like to think that the committee will be able to make some improvements. I have my doubts, but if there is a flaw in the ointment, it certainly won't come from the Bloc Québécois. And I'll stop there, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Minister of National
Thank you
Defense.
very much, Madam Speaker. And if I may, through you, I'd like to extend my very sincere appreciation to the Blac's support of moving this bill through second reading to committee. I also wanted to acknowledge, through you, Madam Chair, a very thorough analysis of all of the points that are in Bill C-66. I think it was a very thorough, you did a very, excuse me, The member did a very thorough job of articulating the important measures that are in this bill and the reasons behind it. I think it's absolutely important that every single member of our Canadian Armed Forces, men and women, should trust that they will be treated fairly and respectfully, and they should not be afraid to come forward. I think with the appointment of our Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture in 2021 and our commitment to that position, some of the very important work that has taken place over the last 2 years in implementing over almost half of Justice Arbor's recommendations and our clear commitment to do the rest, I'm hoping that that will encourage people to trust that they will be treated properly. I also want to share with you, over 70,000 people applied to join the Canadian Armed Forces last year. There is no shortage, Madam Chair, of Canadians who want to serve their country. We just have to do a better job of getting them into training and getting them deployed to the services. I believe that through the introduction of the bill and the work that we will all do together in committee is going to make a real difference. I apologize. I do not have a question. I look forward to working with all of you on the passage of this bill through committee, and I believe very sincerely the committee has important work to do and can make this bill better.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. I'd like to thank the Minister. Perhaps he didn't ask me a question, but he did raise something that I didn't speak about the other matters that the committee could look at, and that is recruitment and retention. Yes, 70,000 people applied, but there are so many, there's such a backlog for processing recruitment files. So that's just one more example of the burden of work that has to be done to improve the system in the armed forces. And it gives me the opportunity to repeat that I would have preferred to deal with C-66 far earlier so that we could keep plowing through other files, because this is almost 10 years since the first red flag was raised. But in spite of all that, I look forward to working in collaboration with my other colleagues on the committee, because it's crucially important, including for victims and survivors of sexual misconduct in the armed forces.
Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the bloc for her intervention. And I know that when we work together on this bill, it will be one that will be vigorous in our analysis and ensuring that we get this bill right. She did mention the Member of Parliament from Vancouver South, the current Minister of Emergency Preparedness and the former Minister of National Defence. Does she believe that his protection of his war buddy, his brother-in-arms, the former Chief of Defence Staff, Jonathan Vance, was political interference, and that because of his unwillingness to address this back in 2015 and onward till 2021, till after the last federal election, that nothing was done on sexual misconduct because of his willingness to turn a blind eye to protect his friend?
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. I don't think we need to describe what the former minister did in terms of political interference. We don't need to do that to understand that what was done was everything but what should have been done. And yes, he did everything possible to slow the process down, because it was only in 2021, if I recall correctly, that light was shed on this by reporters, and that it led to a study at the Defense Committee, and the committee couldn't manage to get anything done for 2 years because of filibusters by the Liberals. So without needing to describe what the former minister did, it's undeniable that what he did slowed down the passage of C-66, which we now have before us, but it probably added 2 more years to the process for a bill that still may never see the light of day. So yes, it's lamentable and it's deplorable, and it is partly the fault of the former minister.
Comments, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Au-delà des...
Thank you very much. We should consider reevaluating how we support survivors of military sexual assault. But we've heard concerns about the lack of support and assistance for Francophone members of the armed forces, reservists and cadets. I know that the member represents a riding where there is a military presence. Does she support the committee's inquiry on additional ways to support survivors? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for London Fanshawe for asking her question in impeccable French. Like I was saying earlier, there are so many important matters to be studied here. I believe that this question was raised in a motion, but there are several motions that we'll need to study at committee. But I think when it comes to the substantive aspects of these motions, they are generally positive in my opinion. And the Defense Committee has been working quite well over the last 2.5 years, in my experience, since I've been the critic in this matter. But the workload is gigantic and there are just so many issues. So I agree with what my colleague said. The problem is more about how we prioritize the many issues we need to discuss at committee. We have more work than time to deal with it. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, which was full of interesting content. She clearly masters this issue. Unfortunately, it's quite unusual to see a minister who's as diligent as this minister. We do agree with the principle here, but it should have been applied a long time ago. My colleague also raised the fact that victims at committee may find themselves caught in the crossfire of the political games played by members of the committee. So she had some suggestions to increase respect for those witnesses who may have a great deal of trauma. So I'd like to hear from her on that. The Honourable Member. Yes, this is indeed a non-partisan matter. Sexual misconduct is a non-partisan matter, and we need to protect people who come to talk to committee about these matters. Domestic violence should also have been an issue that should never have been made partisan, and yet it was at committee. It did become the object of partisanship. So I think that if these witnesses requested, they should be able to appear in camera to avoid this type of partisanship. Because we have a tendency to engage in this kind of partisanship when the cameras are rolling. If there are other suggestions like this, I'd be happy to discuss them with my colleagues. It's really essential for this type of sensitive thing. And picking up on what my colleague said, this minister has been very available, has been listening, and I really appreciate it. I know he cares deeply about whatever affects our forces. We may not always agree on the best way to resolve issues, but we are able to communicate about it in a very courteous way, and I appreciate that.
It being 5:45, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Order of the day, private members' business. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-273, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Corinne's Quest, and the protection of children. Bill standing in the name of Mr. Julian.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion à l'étape du...
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the question on the report stage.
Victoria moves that Bill C-273, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Corinne's Quest and the protection of children, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Si un député participant en personne...
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be adopted or adopted on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The New Democratic Party. House Leader for the...
I propose it be adopted on division.
Agreed? I therefore declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Monsieur Julian, appuyez par.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves that Bill C-273, an act to amend the criminal code, Corinne's Quest and the Protection of Children, be now read a third time and carried. Debate.
The New Westminster.
The honourable member from Westminster Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on what is a historic occasion. This bill is something that has seen various configurations over the course of the last couple of decades. Many advocates for children, and I'll come back to that in a moment, across the country have been pushing for repeal of Section 43 of the Criminal Code that permits physical punishment of children, essentially the hitting of children in this country. This is a section of the Criminal Code that dates back to 1892, at a time when we had residential schools, at a time when children were subject often to the most egregious types of abuses. And today, finally, we are debating now at third reading, which means in just a few days' time, parliamentarians across the country will be called upon to finally cast a ballot, to cast their vote on behalf of their constituents, to repeal Section 43 of the Criminal Code that dates back again to 1892. And this is, Madam Speaker, I believe the 18th time that members of Parliament have submitted a bill in order for this to become a reality. So it is an historic time for parliamentarians to stand against physical punishment of children and to stand up, Madam Speaker, to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 6. One of their most important calls to action. There is no more important mission or role that we have in the protection of our children in this country. And that is why it is so essential that parliamentarians who have supported this bill through second reading, through committee, and now through report stage, cast that final ballot at third reading so that this can be sent to the other place. And then finally, after so many years of continuing with this section in our criminal code, we can stand up for the children of our country. Now, there is no doubt, Madam Speaker, and this has been discussed many times. I know members of Parliament have received letters as well from people across the country who are profoundly concerned about the impacts of physical punishment of children. And the facts are the following. And I wanted to cite what was a vast coalition, 700 organizations across this country. I will be mentioning some of the organizations in just a moment. But years ago, when they called upon Parliament to take action, they very clearly enumerated the impacts of physical punishment, the negative physical impacts of physical punishment on children. And they said the following in their submission and their briefs to the House of Commons of Canada, to all parliamentarians, the following, that 75% of substantiated physical abuse cases in Canada arise from incidences of physical punishment. And in addition to its impact on children, physical abuse places an enormous economic burden on Canada. They cited that across 75 substantial scientific studies, even mild physical punishment predicts poor mental health, negative parent-child relationships, lower moral internalization, increased antisocial behavior, things such as bullying, dating violence, peer aggression, and increased risk of violence towards intimate partners and children in adulthood. They also cited that across 69 prospective longitudinal studies, physical punishment was found to increase child aggression and other behavioral problems over time and to place parents at risk of inflicting increasingly severe violence. They also noted that physical punishment can undermine brain development, activating neural systems that deal with threat and reducing the volume of the areas involved in self-regulation and executive function. And they pointed out at that time, Madam Speaker, very importantly, that no evidence has ever been found of long-term benefits. The psychological studies are clear. Child development studies over time, longitudinal studies over decades are very clear. The physical punishment provides for potential huge personal and societal harm. And that's why it's important for parliamentarians to send that clear signal in repealing this remnant of the 1890s that has no place in child development today, and of course, no place at all in our criminal code. Now, Madam Speaker, other countries have gone through this debate while we have not moved forward. And I wanted to cite 67 countries that have already banned physical punishment of children. And that includes all of our major allies, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Germany, Ukraine, Spain, Uruguay, Portugal, New Zealand, Argentina, Ireland, South Africa, France, Japan, the Republic of Korea. In a letter that was sent to all members of Parliament just a few days ago from Professor Joan Durant from the University of Manitoba, she mentions that since the time that this bill was tabled until today, we have yet to adopt this bill on third reading. 3 countries, Zambia, Laos, and Tajikistan, have also banned physical punishment against children. So what we're seeing internationally, Madam Speaker, is a very, very clear consensus among democratic nations. I won't read the entire list, but 67 countries, largely democratic countries, have stated that physical punishment of children is absolutely inappropriate and counterproductive and does harm to the child. So we must heed not only what has been a very, very clear message sent by so many organizations from across the country, but internationally as well, the evolution of understanding of the harm that physical punishment does to children. Now, I wanted to also mention, Madam Speaker, the organizations across the country that have come together, 700 of them strong, to say that it is time to repeal Section 43 of the Criminal Code. And just to mention some of those organizations, the Anglican Church of Canada, Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Canada, the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, the Canadian Association of Occupational Therapists, the Canadian Association of Pediatric Health Centers, the Canadian Association of Pediatric Nurses, the Canadian Association of Social Workers, the Canadian Dental Association, Canadian Mental Health Association, the Canadian Red Cross, Children's Aid Foundation, the Coaching Association of Canada. Many of these organizations with strong reputations who have worked in all areas of children welfare and children development over the course of so long are credible national organizations. They are all calling upon parliamentarians to do the right thing and adopt this bill on third reading. And as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, the important fact that this is call to action number 6 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that the horrendous brutality that we saw in residential schools, that until call to action number 6 is adopted, we cannot move forward in the way that is appropriate for truth and reconciliation. There are many calls to action that must be adopted. This one has now languished for 9 years. And the Honourable Marie Sinclair, who has had a profound impact in our country, spoke to this issue back in 2017 when he rose in the Senate. This was a previous iteration of this same attempt that has been going on now for years on behalf of child advocates to move to repeal Section 43. He spoke in very compelling terms. What the Honourable Marie Sinclair said on that time, Tuesday, March 7th, 2017 was the following. At one Indian residential school in Alberta, a teacher was charged with assaulting a student by punching him 3 times in the face, causing serious injury. The teacher had been convicted of assault at trial, but was acquitted on appeal by a court which held that the degree of force that he used was reasonable, respecting Section 43 of the Criminal Code. That case set the tone for how all children in residential schools were treated thereafter. Madam Speaker, this is something that is long overdue. If we are to heed the calls to action, if we are to heed what we have been told from child advocates across this country, we must act at this final stage, at third reading, to adopt this important legislation. And, Madam Speaker, I wanted to just mention a couple of the voices that have risen across this country to support this bill. From Dr. Tracy Afifi, who is the Director at Childhood Adversity and Resilience at the University of Manitoba, she said the following. Evidence collected over the past 2 decades and published in hundreds of peer-reviewed studies has demonstrated that spanking is harmful to children and has no known benefits. This literature has consistently shown spanking to be a significant risk factor for injury, aggression, antisocial behavior, poor parent-child relationships, slower cognitive development, emotional disorders, including anxiety and depression, physical health problems, substance use, suicidal thoughts, suicide attempts, and violence in intimate relationships later in life. It is our duty to protect our children from unnecessary harm and give them the best chance to live happy and healthy lives that are free from violence. This starts with the repeal of Section 43. Madame la Présidente, je voulais juste pour...
Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to speak about the importance of ensuring that this bill is carried. It's very important that as we go through the report stage, it's important to mention the organizations that have called upon all members to get this legislation adopted. That includes Quebec's Association of Youth Centres, Quebec's CLSC Association, the Child Protection Physicians of Quebec, and Quebec's Early Childhood Association. These are all Quebec associations that are calling upon members to come together and vote to finally put an end to this practice and to repeal Section 43 of the Criminal Code. The fact that this is Call to Action 6 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission indicates how important this is. We need to take this final step. 18 attempts have been made to get this legislation passed over a number of years. This is 18 times when the voices of children and of educators who have been very clear about the importance of this step, 18 times that these voices were ignored. So this time, as we're at third reading, it's very important that we ensure this legislation is passed.
67 autres pays
We need to join 67 other countries worldwide, countries like France and Japan, South Korea, Germany, and others. 67 other international countries, most of which are democracies, Waffle have followed their leadership in this respect. And we need to look at all the studies that were done, that have been done for years, that show the very negative impact of this legalization of corporal punishment on children. That needs to be, well, we need to remove this permission that has been given through the criminal code.
This is the final step. This has been a journey that has been going on for years. It is important, and across this country, parents and educators are looking for Parliament to show leadership, to repeal a aspect of the colonial past, 1892, when we forced Indigenous children into residential schools and permitted, often, physical punishment and cruelty. Now, 9 years after, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission asked parliamentarians and asked the government to take action and to repeal Section 43. We have the opportunity to do that, Madam Speaker. I hope that all members of Parliament will join together and that we will enact call to action number 6 and pass this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll get the opportunity to expand on my comments that I'm going to provide for the member. I did want to amplify the fact that there is so many organizations, over 700 organizations, that have recognized the need to do what it is that's being proposed within this legislation. And I do believe that there was a relatively high sense of cooperation that has ultimately led us to the point where we are today. And I think that we all should be expressing our gratitude for all of those organizations and others, individuals, that have made today possible in terms of the legislation, and hopefully what won't take much longer before it ultimately passes and receives that royal assent. And just to compliment the member himself, who I know has been an advocate for this issue, obviously.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North. We sometimes disagree. We sometimes agree. I appreciate his kind words, and above all, his words that are directed to the many, many organizations across the country that have been strong advocates for so long. And this is an important point, Madam Speaker. As parliamentarians, all of us, I think, have done a disservice to those organizations who've been calling now for decades, in many cases, for Section 43 of the Criminal Code to be repealed, that we would end the legalization of physical punishment of children in this country, like 67 other countries have done. And those advocates have often, I think, been frustrated by the slowness of the response from parliamentarians. But in the next few days, Madam Speaker, we can finally do justice to all of their work by adopting this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my honourable colleague from New Westminster Burnaby for his thoughtful comments. I know he's made a real study of this subject, so I'm sure that he is aware of a Supreme Court of Canada decision called the Canadian Foundation of Children, Youth and the Law versus the Attorney General of Canada. It's a decision of about 20 years ago, where the Supreme Court of Canada said that Section 43 does not violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that it certainly does not condone corporal punishment, but only reasonable force that is applied for corrective purposes. So I wonder what my honourable colleague from New Westminster Burnaby would say about that. What is his response to comments from the Supreme Court of Canada?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. The Supreme Court was simply making a decision based on the constitutionality. But as many child advocates have said, they believe, number one, that the Supreme Court was erroneous in terms of the impacts on children, didn't consider the impacts on children, but also caused a great deal of confusion. That decision, which makes it very difficult now to understand the actual impacts of Section 43 of the Criminal Code, has led to, if you look at what child advocates are saying, much more confusion and consternation. And so the fact that it is constitutional is not what we are considering here. It is what is in the best interest of the child. And there is no doubt 700 organizations in 67 countries are telling us it is not in the interests of child.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, well, he just talked about the Supreme Court decision and being constitutional, and the Supreme Court has said that decision to criminalize such behavior is not based on the dehumanization of a child, but that the criminalization of such behavior destroys lives and families. It could outweigh any advantages in the criminal court. So yes, the court did decide it wasn't a good idea to abolish it. I'd like to hear what he has to say about that aspect of the decision. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, a quick answer? It's hard to give a quick answer to that, but yes, Madam Speaker, all the Quebec organizations that I have quoted have asked all members to adopt this bill. And the reality is that all of these organizations that fight for the well-being of children have said, listen, so the question of ruling of some 20 years ago from the Supreme Court doesn't really come into force or play here. Rather, we have to look at what's best for children.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to the Bill C-273 today. And just to kind of pick up on my comments in terms of the question I had posed to the mover of the legislation. What I have found, Madam Speaker, is having had the opportunity to go through a number of the different organizations that have signed on in terms of support for the legislation, very impressive. All the different regions, all different types of organizations, everything from let's say faith-oriented type of groups to professional organizations to non-profit groups, with a common thread being the interest of the child. And all of us, members of Parliament, I believe, have in our hearts a genuine concern and want to be there to ensure that our children are, in fact, not only our greatest treasure, but also going to be protected into the future. And I know that at least the letter in particular that I had received that talked about the 700 groups was sent to me by Dr. Elizabeth Comack. And I don't know exactly what role that she had played, and my apologies to her for not necessarily knowing. But I would like to compliment her in terms of just her advocacy and ensuring that members of Parliament are a little bit more informed in terms of the types of supports that are out there for this legislation. I would hope that that listing that she had provided me is actually accessible, and those, I'm sure, that did sign and support and get behind the legislation will all be acknowledged. And I would like to acknowledge them myself in terms of their efforts and their thoughts in making today a reality, as I expect that the legislation, in fact, will be passing. In good part because, you know, even though we have a minority situation, one of the nice things that came out of the minority situation is an agreement that was signed off on with the New Democrats and the Liberals in particular that allowed us to look in areas in which there's common interest and see how we can move forward. This is one of those private members' bills that I know there was some discussion about, Madam Speaker, and I believe is one of the reasons why we might even have it today, because of that high sense of cooperation, which clearly shows that minority governments can work and we can deliver some very good, solid legislation, whether it's government bills or private members' bill. Putting it into perspective, and I thought it was done well when Dr. Comack indicated that since 1892, Section 43 of the Criminal Code really allows parents to hit and hurt their children as a form of a punishment. I want to stop and pause there because I do think that norms and mores of society change through time. I was born in '62, and I can recall in my earlier years, in and around that mid 70s, early 70s, where there was a great deal of issues surrounding, well, my mom, my grandparents, this is the way in which we were raised, and so forth. And, I was surprised to the degree in corporal punishment was actually being used in homes. I know from experience that it was something that was actually tolerated quite freely in society, especially all the way, I would suggest to you, into the early 60s, where we started to see some changes in a significant way. Now, maybe different regions of the country might have reacted. Some might have been a little slower, some might have been a little faster than others. But the bottom line is, Madam Speaker, I believe that what has happened over time is that people have recognized what was acceptable back in the 60s and earlier would never be tolerated today. When I'm out in the community and you see someone hit a child, which someone is a guardian, whether it's a parent or whatever it might be, that causes a very different reaction today than it did a couple of generations ago, and the commentaries that go along with it. I was a member of the Manitoba legislature for a number of years, and I can remember a vivid presentation that was made to us, and it was on the issue of corporal punishment. And the presentation demonstrated that for some people, they believe that they really do have the right to hit and hurt a child as punishment. And some of the visuals that were shown it's just absolutely cruel. For example, the whipping of a child with a vacuum cleaner plug-in, Madam Speaker, or the cord of a vacuum cleaner, where it actually left warts, or the physical abuse to the degree in which the child ends up going into a hospital. And we're not talking about, just 13, 14, the teenage years. This goes all the way from the examples I saw, went all the way till almost infancy, that 2, 3 year-olds as a form of punishment. That, to me, is abhorrent. And that was, during the late 80s, early 90s. And we knew that it was happening. And there were some people that were actually defending, not necessarily that extreme level, but ultimately arguing that corporal punishment is, in fact, very effective as a form of ensuring discipline amongst children. And that's why I say, it pleases me today when I reflect through time how it is that Canadians as a whole, I believe, have changed in terms of those norms and mores, believing as that 700 plus organizations, a vast many of them are educational type of organizations, no doubt sharing their thoughts, their experiences with the public, let alone the many others that no doubt are out there that share those concerns, but maybe might not have been aware of the legislation coming forward. The thought is, Madam Speaker, that we know better today than we ever have. And it's surprising when you think of it to the date of 1892. That is something that really quite surprised me when I first found that out in terms of the criminal code. I see that I'm about to run out of time. I did want to focus a bit of attention on the calls for action, because there is a call to action, number 6, and I've had opportunity to talk about a number of calls for action as the government, in many different ways, has completed some. Most are under progress, Madam Speaker, and this is one of those pieces of legislation that will have and deal with the call for action. I believe it's number 6, Madam Speaker. Could be wrong on that, but I believe it's number 6. I do know it's a call for action. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I think that through that inquiry, again, there was a great deal of research that's done. So once more, we're moving even more towards the issue of reconciliation. That is something that's also important to recognize, Madam Speaker. I like to think that there has been a great deal of cooperation in recognizing that we have members of Parliament on different sides of the House that recognize the true value of the legislation and ultimately would like to see the legislation pass. I am one of those members of Parliament, and I do thank the member for taking the effort and bringing it forward. And as I say, I think it was even a part of that agreement that we have, but I think it's something in which we have to continue to support because it's something that's really necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assault is against the law in Canada, and assault gets a very broad definition in the Criminal Code. Section 265, a person commits an assault when, without the consent of another person, he or she applies force intentionally to that other person directly or indirectly. Now, note that the definition doesn't talk about how forceful the force must be, but only that is intentional without the other party's consent. So for an example, a slap on the wrist could be an assault if it was intentionally applied without the other person's consent. So today we're talking about teachers and parents and the children who are under their care. The adult in the room could be charged with an assault for a slap on the wrist applied to a misbehaving child under their care if it were not for the Section 43 defense, which reads, every school teacher, parent, or person standing in the place of a parent is justified in using force by way of correction toward a pupil or child who is under their care if the force does not exceed what is reasonable in the circumstances. So teachers and parents have a defense. And if the force was reasonable and intended for correction. Note that it does not defend punishment, and it certainly does not allow corporal punishment like some of the other speakers have been suggesting. That is just not the case. The private member's bill before us today would repeal Section 43 and eliminate the defense altogether. Now, it's based on as I said, the mistaken belief that corporal punishment is legal in Canada on account of the Section 43 defense. It is not. The proponent, in his testimony before the Standing Committee, and today again, noted that his bill is at least in part in response to the Truth and Reconciliation Report, call to action number 6. That is absolutely true. And he quotes, again quoted today, Honourable Murray Sinclair, who gave testimony earlier in the Senate, and he cited examples of residential school teachers punching children in the face and causing serious injury. So that's a battle that the member for New Westminster Burnaby is fighting today, and he thinks that repealing Section 43 is going to solve that problem, is going to win that battle. He is wrong. There's been a recent Supreme Court of Canada decision 20 years ago called the Canadian Foundation of Children, Youth and the Law versus the Attorney General of Canada. The case started its journey through the court system at the Ontario Trial Court and made its way ultimately to the Supreme Court of Canada. It was brought by a group of organizations that had the best interest of children in mind. The petitioners argued that Section 43 infringes on the constitutionally protected rights of children to life, liberty, and security, Section 7 of the Charter, the right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment, Section 12 of the Charter, and the right to equal protection and benefit of the law, Section 15. The trial judge found that Section 43 does not infringe any of these constitutional rights. The Ontario Court of Appeal agreed, It came to the Supreme Court of Canada, where Chief Justice McLaughlin wrote for the majority. And I just want to read one quote from that decision, which goes to the very heart of the issue. She said, "The Section 43 defense provides parents and teachers with the ability to carry out the reasonable education of the child without threat of sanction by criminal law. Without Section 43, Canada's broad assault law would criminalize force, falling far short of what we think of as corporal punishment. The decision not to criminalize such conduct is not grounded in devaluation of the child, but in the concern that to do so risks ruining lives and breaking up families, a burden that in large part would be borne by children." So, appeal dismissed. But the court didn't just leave it there. It took the time to give guidance to teachers and parents and law enforcement agencies as to what Section 43 means. They made it clear that Section 43 protects only reasonable force applied for corrective purposes. And then they went on to state, some detail, what reasonable in the circumstances means in Canada today. Now, based on what our reading of the Supreme Court decision, the Conservative members of the Justice Committee put forward an amendment to this private member's bill, which basically codifies this Supreme Court of Canada decision. As an aside, probably something that should have been done 20 years ago by whoever the government was at that time. I think it was the Liberal government, but the subsequent Conservative government could have picked it up. This government certainly could have picked that up to codify that Supreme Court of Canada decision. That would have gone a long way to clarifying the law. Unfortunately, that did not happen. At committee, we heard from many experts, and I just want to underline this, Madam Speaker, that the experts that I'm going to quote are critical of this private member's bill, but they were all in support of the spirit and intent of the call to action number 6 out of the Truth and Reconciliation report. But they were saying that to repeal Section 43 is too risky for teachers and students. 4 witnesses that I just want to quote or highlight. Dr. Lisa Kelly, law professor, explained that Section 43 is far narrower today than it was when it was first drafted in 1892 and the way it was applied historically during the residential school days. She cited the Supreme Court of Canada's decision that I just highlighted, which, in her words, read in a series of limitations as to what would constitute reasonable correction. Ms. Heidi Yetman of the Canadian Teachers Federation, this is at the April 15th meeting, stated the Federation cannot support this legislation unamended. The risk of unintended consequences that could make the classroom unsafe is too great. Ms. Tessa Fiddler, Indigenous educator, also with the Canadian Teachers Federation, said, in an ideal world, there would be more support for students in difficult situations, and educators would get the support that we need. The sad reality is that that kind of support is not there, so passing Bill C-273 without amendment will make an already challenging job more challenging. And I would just say again that the Conservative members of the committee tried to put in those amendments. They were turned down by the other members of the committee. Mr. Sébastien Joly of the Quebec Provincial Association of Teachers said this: the removal of elements of protection included in Section 43 in the absence of an amendment to the Criminal Code to guarantee protection for school staff would constitute a serious risk for teachers. So there we go. I would just summarize the testimony by saying that we had some very, very credible witnesses at the committee saying that repealing Section 43 is risky business if there is not something else to fill in the gaps. Now, I'm going to suggest, too, that the Liberal members on our committee actually agreed with that, because at the April 29th meeting, after having had the opportunity to reflect on this very compelling evidence from very expert witnesses, credible witnesses, told us at committee that they had gone, had a discussion with the minister, current Minister of Justice and Attorney General, who has apparently assuring us that there will be new legislation coming to fill in that gap. They realize that the evidence that we've received from these teachers and professionals need to be taken seriously, and so they realize that there's a risk that there's going to be a gap that needs to be filled, and so they're promising that there will be legislation coming at some time in the future. I believe what they're saying is that we should just vote for the bill now, repeal Section 43, recognizing that there's going to be a serious gap that many people are going to be deeply concerned about, but at some time in the future, they're going to fix that. And the Conservative members of the committee are saying, let's fix it right now. The legislation is before us, the draft legislation. We are deeply into it. We understand what the issues are. Let's fix it right now. The Conservative members of the committee put forward a proposal to do exactly that. I don't think that we should be waiting. I think that we need to do it now. And then in the absence of that apparent legislation, which is going to be coming down sometime, in the absence of that being presented to us, I think that we need to vote against this private member's bill, and that is what I will be doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du...
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présidente, sans surprise.
It's no surprise the Bloc is skeptical about this bill. I said previously at second reading that we wanted it sent to committee so that it could be improved upon. And I would say that I moved an amendment that was rejected, and it would have made it possible to use necessary and reasonable force for the safety of the child by a third party or for the child's education. That was rejected. So today I find myself required to say that it's quite difficult for me to support this bill. Other people appeared before committee and said, don't do this. It's a mistake. It's very risky. And my colleague just said, and I agree fully with him, I would also quote from Professor Sébastien Joly from the Provincial Association of Quebec Teachers, who said that the association is convinced that repealing this provision would make no sense, and it would create a serious risk for the safety of teachers and school staff. As I said, that was the Provincial Teachers Association, but there was another witness, president of the Canadian Federation of Teachers, who said to us that the Federation cannot support the passage of this bill unreservedly. The risk of unforeseen consequences could make the task more dangerous, and the risk is too great. Teachers need to be able to intervene physically in some situations in the classroom. That's the reality. And the situation in classrooms is complex. Students' needs are complex. So if two kids are fighting in a classroom, you can't just say, that's not nice. Could you please stop? Could you please sit down? No, the fight, an end has to be put to the fight before someone's injured. And the teacher, which has the parental authority, has to intervene and separate the belligerents and sit them down, ask one to leave the class, for example. There are all kinds of situations. But I have too much respect for teachers to think that I know what's best for them. But those teachers who appeared before the committee said, you can't tell us that we're going to be liable to criminal prosecution if we touch a student. This case has been before the courts a number of times, as you've heard previously, in the Bender case in 2023. It wasn't even a year ago, the Bender case. A teacher was accused of assault after redirecting a child outside the classroom, and the court acquitted the teacher fully, saying that it was absolutely reasonable under the meaning of the provision of the Criminal Code. And the Court Supreme, with all due respect for my NDP colleague's opinion, the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. And when the Supreme Court speaks, the other courts must listen, and they must toe the line. So I'm not saying it's not important. You can't be dismissive of a Supreme Court decision. And the Supreme Court said that without this provision in the Criminal Code, it could criminalize the use of force when it disagrees with when it's not consistent with the parents' notions of physical control. So the decision not to criminalize such conduct is based not on devaluing the child, but on the notion that criminalizing that conduct would place an unfair burden, and it would take away any advantage that might flow from criminal prosecution. So that's in Canadian Foundation for Children in that decision. So yes, it's a 20-year-old decision. It was in 2004, but it was the Supreme Court who said that, and until they rule otherwise, that has force of law. So that is still currently the law of the land. So Section 43 is justifiable despite what anyone might have to say about it. Once again, I had moved an amendment because I'm trying to find compromise, Madam Speaker. I think there's some good things in this bill. I don't want a child to be the subject of corporal punishment, and all courts ruling on this provision of the Criminal Code say that taking an object to hit a child or hitting them on the head or hitting a child under the age of 2 who doesn't understand what's going on is pointless. And that does not enjoy the protection of Section 43. So we moved an amendment, as I said at the outset, which was dismissed. But my amendment, Madam Speaker, was, how shall I put it, kind of like a fallback position, a compromise. But there was something else before that. There was a Conservative amendment that was rejected. But also the Liberal member, I can't remember the name of his riding, but he said at committee on April 29th, I share your opinion, Mr. Fortin, because we heard compelling evidence from many groups of teachers in Quebec and all across Canada. People raised very legitimate concerns, and we need to take those into consideration. However, I don't think it's appropriate to raise this issue in the context of Section 43. And then he said, following discussion with colleagues on this side of the table, and with Minister Virani, who was the Minister of Justice, he assured us that he would present a separate bill at some point on a separate provision of the Criminal Code in order to meet the concerns raised by teachers that would be in keeping with the positions raised by all the witnesses who appeared here. So it's a long quote. I'm sorry for that, Madam Speaker, but suffice it to say, it's not just teachers, and it's not just members here, and it's not just parents. Everyone, even government members, are concerned about the scope that might result from repealing Section 43 without replacing it by another solution, which would enable parents and others in a parental situation of authority not to use force to beat a child, but to use force to educate a child, to avoid them injuring themselves or injuring another child. It seems to me that that's so reasonable that I'm scratching my head. Are we not just wasting our time discussing this? It seems so obvious. But I think it's obvious anyways. It was obvious to most of the witnesses we heard from, and it should be for us too. It should be clear. And Madam Speaker, my colleague said that there are other countries that have passed similar legislation, but in each case, or almost every case that I looked into, it was corporal punishment that was banned, Madam Speaker. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker? I agree. Beating a child for the sake of beating them because you're angry, for example, there's no place for that. And in Japan in 2020, they passed legislation. They said that a person exercising parental authority towards a child should not discipline them using corporal punishment or by doing anything beyond what is strictly necessary for the care and education of the child. So that's the point, Madam Speaker, almost everywhere in the world, and it's common sense. Corporal punishment is not what this is about. Perhaps it was commonplace 50 years ago, 100 years ago, to take a ruler and hit a child or spank them. But today, that's no longer happening. Society has evolved, and we now understand that that's not any way to raise a child in this day and age. But preventing a teacher from using reasonable force in a school setting in order to control what's going on in schoolrooms and parks, that goes too far. and it puts people at risk, because there will be situations where there will be fights among children, and the teachers will just have to cross their arms and say, well, I hope this doesn't end too badly. I don't want that. If my children are fighting in a schoolyard or in a classroom, and if there's a battle, I really don't mind the idea that the teacher steps in and makes everyone sit down, separates them, and says, okay, we're going to talk this out. I think we need to be very careful before we do what this bill would do. And unless there's an amendment, unless there's a proposal to replace Section 43 of the Criminal Code, like the Liberal member suggested, well, unless that happens, we're unfortunately going to have to vote against this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start with a quote by James Baldwin, and it's always stuck with me. He said, "The children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe." And I'm beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality. Mr. Speaker, today we're here to act on behalf of the countless advocates, the families, and most importantly, the children who deserve a future that is free from violence and fear. Bill C-273 will repeal Section 43 of the Criminal Code, and this is the section that makes physical punishment of children legal in Canada. And as a mother of 2 young children, it's hard for me to even think about my girls being hit by someone 5 times their size. To think that in Canada, parents can legally hit children as young as my sweet 3-year-old. We stand today on the precipice of passing this bill, of creating transformative change. And I urge my colleagues in this House to reflect on the urgency and the moral clarity that this bill represents. Section 43 of the Criminal Code allows the use of reasonable force to correct children. It is an archaic provision that has long outlived its place in a compassionate society. And it's not only that this provision perpetuates violence, but it also undermines our efforts for true reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And I want to thank the member from New Westminster Burnaby for putting forward this bill. And he noted in his speech that repealing this section is a critical step in fulfilling call to action number 6 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. And we must move forward and implement this bill, but also all of the 94 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation report. Now, corporal punishment of children, it is a violation of their human rights, a fundamental truth that is recognized by the United Nations and echoed in the global research. More than 65 countries, including Germany, Sweden, South Africa, have already banned this practice. And these countries have seen profound improvements in child welfare, in reductions in aggressive behavior, in the long-term positive impacts on our societies as a whole. And the research consistently shows that corporal punishment leads to increased aggression, increased mental health challenges, and a perpetuation of violence that often stretches across generations. I want to take a moment to respond to some of the comments that I've heard from colleagues in the Conservative and Bloc caucus. This is not something that happened in the past and no longer exists. Children are still being hit today. Yeah. Corrective punishment of being pushed down, slapped. And to think that we would accept that a 3-year-old deserves that kind of treatment. Sweden was the first country to prohibit corporal punishment in 1979, and we've not only seen a decrease in physical punishment, but a broader cultural shift. And because the country had an emphasis on public education paired with the legislative ban, this has transformed how parents and society view discipline. As a result, violence against children has decreased significantly, and Sweden is now a global leader in child welfare. And it's not a coincidence. This is the result of legislation that prioritizes the rights of children. And now there is also a significant and well-documented connection between the use of force on children and the perpetuation of intimate partner violence. The research consistently shows that children who are subjected to physical punishment, yes, even corrective physical punishment, are more likely to normalize violence as a means of resolving conflicts. This normalization occurs because children often learn that these behaviors, they learn them through modeling. And when they experience and witness violence in their formative years, they come to see it as an acceptable way to exert control or handle disagreements. And studies reveal that individuals who experience corporal punishment as children are more likely to engage in violent behaviors, including intimate partner violence and sexual assault. Moreover, the cyclical nature of violence is reinforced by the emotional and psychological impact of physical punishment. Children who endure this kind of punishment often struggle with anger, aggression, issues of self-worth, and these can carry on into adulthood. They can negatively affect their interpersonal relationships. The learned behavior of using force to assert control, combined with unresolved emotional trauma, creates a dangerous foundation for intimate partner violence. And by allowing physical punishment of children, our society not only undermines the emotional well-being of those children, but it also perpetuates a broader culture of violence that extends into relationships between adults. Madam Speaker, I want to be clear. This bill is not about criminalizing parents. And there are actually provisions in our criminal code. There are common law defenses that would protect parents who are using force to protect their children. Teachers who are using force to protect the students. But it would not protect a parent who, with or without thinking, strikes a child. It would not protect a teacher who, with or without thinking, holds in a lock or isolates a child, like occurred in Yukon schools very recently. This is not an issue that is decades in the past. This is an issue happening now. And we need to, in fact, this government has a responsibility to provide parents with the resources, the education, and the support that they need to raise their children in a positive and nonviolent environment. This is about breaking the cycle of violence that too many children in Canada continue to experience. Our laws should reflect our highest values, and allowing physical punishment of children is incompatible with those values. Indigenous children in particular have borne the brunt of the harms caused by this kind of physical punishment. The legacy of residential schools where Indigenous children were subjected to brutal physical abuse, this continues to reverberate in communities where the intergenerational impacts of this violence keep causing harm today. We know from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that corporal punishment was a tool to assimilate and dehumanize Indigenous children. And the failure of this Liberal government to deliver on its promise to implement the 94 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation report, it is reprehensible. This is action number 6, and it has been on the table for nearly a decade. Why is it requiring a New Democrat private member's bill to pass this law? And while Liberals like to talk about reconciliation, their actions, or their lack thereof, tell a different story. It's simply not enough to make empty promises and drag your feet on reconciliation. But then we have the Conservatives, and I shouldn't be surprised, but I have to admit that I was shocked. I was outraged as I watched them vote in outright opposition to Bill C-2373, to stand in this House and to vote in favor of legalizing hitting children. By voting against this bill, they have made it clear that they stand on the wrong side of history, the wrong side of Indigenous justice, and the wrong side of children's rights.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. The honourable member still has 1 minute 30 seconds to pursue when we next come to the bill. The time provided for the we won't come back to the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to rise in the chamber to talk about such an important issue that we're seeing not only in my riding of Oxford, but across this country. After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, we are seeing a national drug opioid crisis across our country. We are losing, since 2015, we have lost 47,000 Canadians to opioid drug overdoses. Because of their radical drug policies, we have seen a 200% increase in drug overdoses. That is almost 22 a day. And these are not just numbers, Madam Speaker. They're our friends, our neighbors. They have names. They are part of our communities. And to see the radical government agenda that allows for drugs to be given to our community is quite sad. And in my own riding, a mother came up to me during the summer who had a young son who had a shoulder injury. And he was prescribed opioids for his pain management and for his injury. He got addicted. He lost his family. His kids have left him. And he has not received any help for treatment, despite his family asking for it. In my riding of Oxford, there are no detox facilities. There are no treatment facilities. So even if people want to get support and want to get treatment, it's not available to them. Because after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, their radical policies do not work. There is no safe way of doing dangerous drugs, Madam Speaker. It doesn't exist. And recently, we have seen the Liberals' best friend out in BC, the Premier, the NDP Premier, Eby, who has also finally realized that his drug experiments don't work, that we have to invest in treatment. We saw that in Alberta as well, where they've cut down on their overdoses by 50%. Treatment works. In Oxford, I have a good friend, Patrick McMahon. Many in our community know him. He's a great champion. But he was not always involved in the community like he is today. He was struggling with addictions. He had been down and out in our community. But he got the treatment he needed. And today, he owns multiple restaurants. He gives back to our community and is a productive member of our society. I want to reiterate, human life is sacred. Human life is valuable. We cannot give up on our fellow citizens when they're asking for help. We should not give up on our friends, our neighbors, when it comes to treatment. And that is why a common sense Conservative team will ban government-sponsored hard drugs. We will defund unsafe supply. We will go after the big pharmaceutical companies that are pushing these opioids that are affecting our citizens. And we will invest in treatment to bring our loved ones home drug-free. So my question to the government is, will they finally take the lead from their favorite premier out in BC, NDP Eby, and invest in treatment?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, our hearts go out to the families and friends who have lost their lives to the toxic drug and overdose crisis. No community has been left untouched by this tragic public health crisis. We all have a responsibility to do everything we can to help Canadians not look away. As part of an overall comprehensive approach, our government continues to support efforts to divert people who use drugs away from the criminal justice system and towards health and social services. This approach helps reduce immediate harms and helps create opportunities for people to find the way to supports, including treatment and recoveries, while keeping communities safe. Prevention is critical. Everyone making the courageous step to seek treatment should have access without delay. Enforcement has a key role to play in disrupting illegal organizations who prey on vulnerable people. I think everyone across this House would agree we need prevention, treatment, and enforcement as part of a comprehensive approach. Where we disagree is when it comes to harm reduction. Harm reduction keeps people alive. Yet, Conservatives want to remove an essential tool to address this crisis. People accessing harm reduction services are choosing to live another day. They are choosing to access health care and to be connected to the system. Like any service, these services need to be well-resourced and well-staffed to be successful. But removing services for ideological reasons is the trademark of the opposition. People struggling with addiction aren't criminals. They need health care, not jail. We changed the legislation and issued guidance to make sure that in case of simple possession, police, prosecutors must now consider referring the person to health and social services, issuing a warning or taking no further action. In this way, they can consider both public health and public safety. These amendments mean that individuals have the chance to get the help they need to address underlying issues rather than being criminalized for health care issue. This strategy encourages a public health approach while making sure that police have the discretion to move forward with criminal offenses when public safety risks arise. We will always work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities and all partners to provide them the support they need to deliver the services to their communities need most. The overdose crisis has no borders and doesn't care about jurisdiction. We all need to be partners at the table working together. Not sowing division and attacking people on the front lines of this crisis, but working to help Canadians. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to this crisis, and it requires a multifaceted response. We are working so that Canadians have access to a full range of prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery services and supports they need when they need it. For example, Budget 2024 announced $150 million over 3 years to support municipalities and Indigenous communities to help provide rapid responses to emergent critical needs related to the overdose crisis. We remain committed to working with provinces, territories, law enforcement, people with lived experience, Indigenous leaders and communities, professionals and regulatory bodies, and healthcare providers to stop the needless harms and deaths of people in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Oxford.
Madam Speaker, they've had 9 years and all we hear is talk and no action. Here's from a quote from the Chief of London Police. Diverted safe supply is being resold into our communities. It's being trafficked into our communities and is being used as currency in exchange for fentanyl fueling the drug trade. They are funding organized crime, Madam Speaker. So my question is very simple to the government. Will they finally end their catch and release laws that let the criminals cause chaos on our streets and finally invest in treatment so we can bring our loved ones home drug-free?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we will continue to work with all provinces and territories and partners to address the unique needs and support both public health and safety. Law enforcement has been clear. They do not want to arrest people for personal drug possession, but rather they want the necessary tools to address the issues of public safety. They support a comprehensive public health approach to addressing substance use harms where they can divert someone away from the criminal justice system to available, accessible health and social services. Our government's approach to addressing this crisis is comprehensive and collaborative. The crisis is ever evolving, making it essential to try new, innovative actions to save more lives. These actions are monitored closely so adjustments can be made where needed based on the evidence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In June, I asked the Minister of Small Business how she can support a tax hike on capital gains that will kill jobs and destroy our entrepreneurs. Instead of hearing from the Minister of Small Business on how she was standing up for entrepreneurs in the face of this massive tax hike, the Minister of Finance rose and didn't let her answer the question. In defending this hike, the Finance Minister highlighted that the capital gains rate in Canada will be lower than the tax paid in California or New York City. However, she ignored the jurisdictions like Florida, New Hampshire, and Texas, which have zero state-level capital gains tax. A report from the Frontier Centre for Public Policy highlighted that prior to the changes announced in this year's budget, Canada's capital gains tax rate ranked 13th highest in the OECD, which was lower than the 9th-ranked United States. However, after the changes announced, Canada's rate jumped to number 3, behind only Denmark and Chile. So let's correct the record here. Canadians are now, in fact, being taxed higher on capital gains than most industrialized countries, not just the Americans, but also the French, the Finns, Norwegians, Swedes, and even the Dutch. This is what I'm hearing on capital gains. The Canadian Medical Association has said that these changes will pose a significant financial hit to doctors and may push some out of the profession or to the United States, where they can still practice medicine and pay way less tax. Business groups are saying that these changes are unwise at a time of weak productivity. More than half of small business owners believe it will affect the eventual sale of their business. And though this government claims this is a tax hike on only the wealthiest Canadians, business leaders and financial experts disagree. Focusing solely on a snapshot of the number of filers in 1 year, like this government did, gives off false information. Most people dispose of assets such as a vacation home, a small business, or farmland occasionally, not every year. Statistics Canada data confirms this. Over the years 2011 to 2021, an annual average of 44,664 tax filers reported capital gains in excess of $250,000. But they are not the same people every year. 63% of people who experience capital gains experience them only once in their lifetime. High capital gains are amongst the most economically damaging form of taxation because they reduce the incentive to innovate and to invest. This tax can penalize a lifetime of hard work. Canada is already behind all of our G7 peers for productivity. Investment money will flow out of Canada in search of better returns and increasingly go to the United States. Statistics Canada Monthly estimates of business openings and closures reported in their most recent data that 2,000 more businesses closed than opened in May. Further, the Superintendent of Bankruptcy reported a 54.7% increase in business insolvencies for the year ending on July 31st, 2024. The Minister of Small Business won't or can't raise the concerns of entrepreneurs at the cabinet table or here in the House of Commons. Instead, she sits silently while the finance minister claims that Canadians will somehow be better off, that our economy will somehow be better off paying these exorbitantly high taxes and having fewer job creators. In fact, since the early 2000s, the number of entrepreneurs in our country has dropped from nearly 3 in 1,000 to 1.3 in 1,000. So I'll ask the
Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I simply can't put it any way other than to say that my Conservative colleague is obviously misinformed. When it comes to business investment, I can tell you that Canada is currently 3rd in the world for attracting foreign direct investments, and that for the very first time in our country's history. An amazing achievement that highlights the focus of our government to bring new investments into Canada. One of the problems here, Madam Speaker, is that the Conservatives are actually focusing only on the top capital gains tax rate on very large investment profits. Maybe that is what his donors are talking about, but it's certainly not what middle-class Canadians are talking about around their kitchen tables. In fact, on this subject, Conservatives never talk about regular folks making regular incomes, making regular salaries or hourly wages. Actually, a worker in Canada earning an average wage is taxed less than the average across all OECD countries. And I could tell you it's a hell of a lot lower than the 48% in Germany or the 47% tax rate in France. In his question, my Conservative colleague is not even talking about the regular capital gains tax rate, which is itself only paid by a very small sliver of well-off Canadians who are able to realize profits on their investments. No, actually, the Conservatives are talking about the very top marginal rate for capital gains, those making a profit of over $250,000 in investment profit in a single year, Madam Speaker. The definition of the 1%, and that is who the Conservatives are so very desperate to defend and make us all feel very sorry for. Madam Speaker, this is ridiculous. The fact is that the rhetoric, and if I may say the populist rhetoric, that the Conservative leader goes on tour with during the summer, which is addressed to the hardworking Canadians that work in the construction industry, that are nurses, and that are bus drivers. That speech is directed to folks right across the country. But in this House, Madam Speaker, in this chamber, it is clear who the Conservatives are defending. They are defending the top 1%. They are protecting people's stock portfolios instead of their pensions. They're defending people's stock portfolios instead of the wages of the middle class, Madam Speaker. Let that be clear.
Honourable member for Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, I couldn't think of a more out-of-touch answer to the very real concerns that I raised backed by Statistics Canada data. In fact, talking about middle-class Canadians, as I outlined in my remarks, the capital gains tax will often only be paid by people once in their lifetime. 63% of Canadians only experience it once in their lifetime. Why is that significant? Because it's the farmer in Hatzic Valley who came to me, who's 80 years old, he doesn't have any children, and he wants to keep his family farm in his family. But if him and his wife are to sell the property today, which is worth a few $1 million, they will not be able to have enough money to retire and go into assisted living where they should be, because the capital gains tax increase that they're paying has completely thrown off their retirement investment. Think of the auto mechanic that invested in a property to start a business and employ people, and this government saying, no, you need to give more. That's not sufficient.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that Conservatives' priority is rather clear these days. Despite abandoning the fight against climate change, they just talk about protecting at all cost those who more than $200,000 on their investments a year, even at the cost of greater inequality and a higher deficit that they regularly seem to be complaining about. My Conservative colleague focuses obviously only on the highest tax rate on capital gains, on the largest investment gains. It's certainly not what most Canadians are talking about. He's just focusing on this. Madam Speaker, I think that the Conservatives' priority is rather clear, where that the priority of our Liberal government to defend the middle class is clear. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Nunavut still have the highest levels of food insecurity in the country. My home territory has the highest number of children going to school, going to bed with empty stomachs. Mothers not eating enough so their children can be full and grow up healthy. These conditions are by design of the federal government. These conditions do not happen by accident. These conditions are by purpose. This liberal government continues to refuse fixing the broken Nutrition North program. When will the suffering finally be enough for the Liberals to act? While people are suffering in poverty, the Minister of Northern Affairs' response is to do more studies. His response when I requested the Auditor General to review the program was to do an internal review, then possibly an external review. This message is clear. He is not committed to helping alleviate poverty. His response is clear. His commitment is to protect corporate greed. The first and only person who has been the Minister of Northern Affairs since the minister was created claims to be absolutely committed to 100% of the retail subsidy being passed on directly to Northerners. In fact, he said his internal audit will make sure of that. The minister says his internal review will assess Nutrition North's performance. I can tell him right now that the performance is terrible. Food insecurity and prices have continued to rise under the program. He will recall that when I called the CEO of the Northwest Company, Dan McConnell, to appear before the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, that he refused to disclose that he earned $3.9 million in 1 year. The Northwest Company uses Nutrition North. That means we can interpret that Canadian tax dollars are funding corporate greed. I traveled to 13 Kivalliq and Qitilmew communities this summer. I heard the same thing everywhere. We cannot afford the cost of living in Nunavut. We cannot afford groceries. We cannot feed our families. My constituents are yelling for help. I have repeated in this House so many times. This federal government keeps ignoring us. Nunavut do not need another internal study. Nunavut need to be able to feed their families. 10 years ago, the Auditor General exposed that Nutrition North was not meeting its objective to increase Inuits' northern foods access. The Auditor General said the government has not done the work necessary to verify that northern retailers are passing on the full subsidy to consumers, end quote. The Auditor General reviewed the government is not requiring retailers to tell them where the tax dollars are going or how high the profits have climbed. What a great deal for big business. My question is simple. Will the Minister of Northern Affairs stop delaying and finally tell us the program will be improved so tax dollars are shown going to alleviate poverty, not going to the pockets of rich CEOs? Kuyanami.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Crown Relations.
Madam Speaker, Nukamik, to my colleague, food security is one of the most pressing issues in the North and one of the top priorities of the Minister. The Nutrition North program is helping communities address food insecurity, a significant and complex issue requiring shared solutions and partnerships across governments. Until recently, the program's main focus was its retail subsidy, which lowers prices on foods and essential items. Today, after extensive reforms informed by Indigenous and Northern partners, Nutrition North's expanded food security programming takes a holistic food systems approach to strengthening locally led food security and food sovereignty initiatives. An investment of $164 million over 3 years from Budget 2021 expanded Nutrition North's ability to help eligible northern and isolated communities address local food security priorities. The investment included an additional $36 million for the Harvester Support Grant and nearly $61 million to launch the new Community Foods Program Fund under the grants to support community food sharing activities. An additional $1.5 million over 2 years was allocated for Nutrition North Canada's Food Security Research Grant to study the effects of retail subsidy and inform ongoing improvements to the program. Madam Speaker, these initiatives make a difference for Northerners. Since the launch of the Harvest Support Grant in 2020, over 15,000 harvesters have been supported, with more than 717 new food sharing initiatives and 410 community hunts and harvests taking place. I would also like to highlight the Community Food Programs Fund, co-developed alongside Indigenous partners, including 24 recipient organizations and ITK. This fund directly supports Indigenous recipients and culturally appropriate and community-led food security activities, such as school food programs and elder meal programs. The newly established Food Security Research Grant funds Indigenous-led research on food access and cost of living in the North, to inform ongoing improvements to the retail subsidy program, including subsidy pass-through. Madam Speaker, we believe in by the North, for the North solutions. To that end, since 2019, Nutrition North has transferred over $76 million for the 4 regional Inuit organizations through the Harvester Support Grant and Community Food Programs funding. This includes over $27.8 million to NTI. The retail subsidies help save money on essential food like eggs, which costs $7.99 for 18 in Cape Dorset in February 2024. This represents a 46% saving to consumers. In Igloolik, the same month, 4 liters of milk only cost $5.69 as a result of the subsidy. Retailers and suppliers have regular independent audits to ensure compliance with program requirements, and we also seek input for ongoing improvement from Indigenous and Northern partners. For example, recent programs adjustments now require retailers to submit monthly price data for all products in the communities. An internal evaluation is also underway, targeted for the completion of March 2025, which includes Indigenous partners, local communities, elders, and knowledge keepers in the evaluation of the working group. Nutrition North will not solve food insecurity, but is part of a long-term strategy to address the factors affecting food security, such as income, employment, and access to food distributors. We are committed to continuous improvement of the expanded Nutrition North program and to work with Indigenous and Northern partners to ensure it meets local community needs. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The Nunavut Inuit Women's Association released a report on child poverty in April 2024, and their report showed that those dollars are not working because children are still in poverty. The close to $100 million that you mentioned in your response are going to corporate greed. Your government's data on the North program...
Sorry, just reminding the Honourable Member to speak through the chair, please, not directly to the member.
I apologize. Do I start from the beginning?
It's okay. The Honourable Member can continue.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. The government's data on the Nutrition North program includes prices and the subsidy paid for some products. Since the voices of constituents is not enough, I will cite a researcher. Nicholas Lee is one of just 2 or 3 researchers who have confidential access to that data. In April, Nicholas told APTN that when he last checked, he said there is a lag in the data reporting. Can the Prime Minister of Northern Affairs confirm whether the government is currently even collecting data on the prices and the subsidy paid for food products?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate and hear the concern of the opposition member over the Nutrition North program subsidies and the reforms to the program. The Harvester Support Grant and Community Food Program are a part of the expanded Nutrition North and provide significant support for Indigenous recipients with culturally appropriate and community-led food security activities. We remain determined to help reduce food prices, though the expanded Nutrition North program, which has also helped to increase food security throughout the North. The newly established Food Security Research Grant, which supports Indigenous-led academic research into food security, and existing federal food programs, access in the North, is informing ongoing improvements to the retail subsidy program. I look forward to continuing to work with the opposition and our partners to ensure the transparency, accountability, and effectiveness of Nutrition North, and I will pass our concerns on to the Minister.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.